Good morning, dear friends. Please take your seats. Someone is in the next room, though there is no coffee yet. We shall start our session. We have a very tight agenda today, so I hope that we'll be able to listen to all the presentations that have been planned, but we're a bit late even now because people are coming late to the conference hall. So let us start. I invite the first speaker today. Maria Makusheva will be our first speaker. Research-based development for the urban environment. Part of the title is in English. Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm happy to be among you. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Maria Makusheva. I'm a social scientist among the architects and urbanists today. I was asked to tell you about the research that can be helpful in designing. That is a complicated issue because public opinion is, so to say, winning. Sometimes they collapse, and we carry out polls among the citizens, and sometimes this process is discredited. My task is, as far as I understand, is to demonstrate the model of studying of the request of local environment for development and show certain instruments and approaches used by social scientists in the studies and getting data that can be useful to the architect, urbanist, and designer. And can I switch it? As always, technical support will please help changing the slides. Probably something has stuck. Thank you. First, about the context, why this is important. From the 20th time, it worked. If you're persistent, it's okay. The first trend, as the experts say, that theme is closer to you. Within 5 to 10 years, there will be delimitation of whole blocks of the Soviet construction, and the urbanists will play a significant role. They will have to create master classes to create new towns. There is a great scope of work and high risks of social discontent. As can be seen by the example of innovations in Moscow. You can just imagine what scale it might reach if the work is not correct on the scale of the country. And this is the agenda that is just approaching us in the near future. And the second trend SDG agenda, sustainable development, ecology, society, community management. It covers different spheres of business and development as well, and includes the impact on local environment, society, social responsibility of the companies, how it will affect the development that will affect the investors and business climate and conditions for work of the developers' companies. The work with local environment becomes more imperative, and we have to be able to do something with these people, with this data, with this public opinion. And in the work, commonly when we say you have to make sociology, let us organize a poll, we mean to ask people whether they like something or not and what they want from us. That work is more complicated. It includes two aspects. The first is related with designing, to know something about people, how they live, and how they will live soon to improve the solution to adjust the environment to practice. And the second aspect that is important in this context, in the context of conflict, of urban conflict, communicative aspect to prevent the growth of tension. They are interrelated in the research, but these are two different tracks. In one track, we study the opinion of humans, the notions, the mythology which a person has in his head. But since he thinks it is real and his fears concerning your work are realistic, they are realistic in the consequences. They will affect you, the authorities, the urban climate. In the second trend, in projective trend, we don't study the opinion, we study human practices, deficit of the district and needs. And I will try to briefly give the view of sociologists on urban development, development of the district, the basis with which you start. The city has three dimensions in terms of social science. These are places, squares, parks, and so on. Attitudes and places should service different types of relations. A person has to be alone, has to be with other people and share some practices. He should walk alone, sitting at the computer. He or she should eat. The task of urban development is to satisfy all scenarios of relations at the junction between open and closed places, private and public places, and open relations and closed relations when the person is alone or when he has to interact with other people. There are four types of spaces. Public spaces, where we have to interact with others, places where I can walk alone or be alone, being outside your home, and so on. Our task is to design the environment that will satisfy and cover the entire range of needs. They depend on many things, on the structure of population, local culture, whether you communicate with neighbors or whether people live alone. Many children born, do they satisfy their cultural needs in the city center, or should they have such possibilities in their district? We have to study it. But in addition to the needs, there is an important third section, which probably could be ranking first in St. Petersburg. These are symbols. In addition to places and relations, you have symbols, symbolically important spaces, local histories, myths that makes a person to feel affinity with the place. For instance, when Soviet blocks of flats are demolished, how to determine the value? Is this just rubbish, or should something be preserved during the construction or during demolition? Or how should you keep local history? What should be done with residents that think that Khrushchev type of house is valuable, where the respected person lived? What should be done in the city of Nerisk when a certain building was demolished, in which one of the constructors of the city lived? Is it valuable or not? In addition to the basic needs, the person has need in symbolic filling of the space, and town planning development should comply with it and cover that need, preserving the additionally building up. Essentially, the task of designing, the task of the research in the process of designing is to understand lifestyle trends and the spaces that should be supporting lifestyle trends, complying with the type of relations in that environment and symbolic needs which the population has, the image of the district that he has. I don't want to discuss the trends at length because they have been discussed during the last 2 years during pandemic. We have studied this history in many regions of Russia. There is a general pattern which people are translating, and no space is ready for them now. New types of relations appear, new types of needs, which so far have no space. First, ecologization, is a request for green spaces, green zones, environmental friendliness. It concerns not only air, it concerns not only water quality, but generally the urban environment, free spaces, a lot of trees, parks, the possibility to take a rest after urbanized environment, to move quickly somewhere. The second trend, sportification. The share of the population going for sports increases annually, and the pandemic didn't break that trend. The practices moved from the sport clubs to the streets, and that trend will increase according to the assessments of all the experts. And there is a greater need for the sports that starts just next to your home. That is the construction of the large fox. And the large cities doesn't comply with it. It is disintegrated with the sports basic practices of the population. A person needs a small hole next to his home. He needs a path to run or a path for cycling. That is a certain gap because Fox removes the funds from the development of certain accessible types of sportification. There is another trend that is related with development of local communities. Pandemic has shown how important the court is and the possibility to be for a long time at that court, the places where you can communicate with other people or be alone, work, departing from your family, taking a notebook. Development of local communities based on solution of joint problems, creation of a certain common value. That trend supports atomization of the work teams. Many people felt the taste of remote work, and just among the adults, there are two communities of strong links, family links and working links. When they are working remotely, this connection is broken and they have to supplement it. And probably neighborhoods, local communities will supplement it and will develop during atomization of the work teams. There is a greater need for teams at the place of residence. A very high need that concerns St. Petersburg is among the young people for places where they can spend time together, non-commercialized ties. Leisure and consumer infrastructure is actively developing. There are no places. In the first years, anti-cafe were quite popular. That is the first type of space which is commercialized, but not strongly commercialized. It is not similar to cafe restaurant. The youth has no space for communication. That's their basic function, to communicate at that age. They have no place where they can learn lessons together. That is one of the main requests for development of the urban environment, particularly in small towns, non-capitals. In principle, that is not available. In addition to the cafe or shopping center, there is nothing there. And that request is very strong among the students. That is the main deficit of the space at the university and around the university, the place where you can learn lessons together with a team or alone. The Soviet layout of the university building, in principle, doesn't provide joint spaces for the work. Another challenge and the new types of practice that is not supported by any space. We have to study. Studying such trends, that is the work of the researcher, urban social scientist and designing. Briefly about the second trend. My apologies. I haven't taken my watch. Can you warn me 5 minutes before the end of my presentation? The second trend is related with communication with citizens. There is a trend to increase, and that is quite topical for St. Petersburg. That is the most active social environment in terms of involvement into the urban conflict. This is attested by many stories which you know better than I do. In the last years, I was living in Moscow. In increasing the subjectivity of the urban environment, its sensitivity to transparency, openness, involvement, designing, participation, explosive growth of small protest actions, involvement of local and more extensive urban communities into protests, and that trend is developing and probably will increase. And the current communication instruments have certain deficits. First, quite often they leave the information gaps that are quickly filled by rumors or interpretations, alternative conflict interpretation. Most often development leaves certain questions that have to be answered for the people. What is the development strategy of the district or building or whatever? People have to be explained in dynamics. What are the prerequisites? Are there alternatives to such reconstruction of my district and its development? How will that place afterwards look? Show me the picture of the future. I have to understand that removes fears and results in trust. How the problem of transport loading will be solved and so on. A lot of questions. How long will it continue? What will be the problems? Commonly developer answers by his goodwill. There is no common practice of communicating with residents. There is an instrument of public hearings. It is quite formal now. Whatever we discuss, urban development of subsurface, that is a procedure which you understand that it is not about the involvement of the environment, it's about satisfaction to formal requirements, and there is no alternative to public hearings. Communications as suffer due to that. Why we have to develop the strategy of communication for the developers project? There is a great gap in stylistic of communicating with citizens. You attempted to communicate by press releases. It was launched. It will continue. They will have a formal official style. Even for social media, we are a person would write it as for the Russian newspaper, the article of the new draft law and so on. There is a problem with non-transparency for the procedure of development of the project and selecting the contractor and urban environment is sensitive. A citizen is not an expert. He cannot decide how the contractor is selected or designing of a certain place. He has a mediator whose development of network communications would acquire a more important role, an expert NGO specialist developed with urban development, human advocate. These people attract the support of the population that work with transparency. It's also highly important, though the citizens should not be imparting great impact to that problem. There is no dialogue and involvement into the environment during designing. Public hearing is a formality. Any decision from above there was even a statement by one of participant focus group during the study of the situation with designing. He said that development, we have a punitive development in this city, and the program, My Street, is a punitive development. And for that metaphor was long used afterwards. Everything that a person perceives as going from above without taking his opinion to account will be rejected by him. So it is important to demonstrate the involvement that mechanics. We have to take into account the role of mediators. Sometimes conflict, mediators, those can negotiate, NGOs, activists, and city protectors, the environment. When we speak about the conflict of business structure and human rights activist structure, the second will attract the sympathy of the community because we have developed a prejudice about businesses and a series of town planning conflicts and scandals with deceived uh, residents that is against the developer. So we have to fill in that gap so the developer is quite vulnerable in public conflict. That is communication track and the general model of what is covered by the study. I'm just finishing of the model of the study and the involvement of local environment into designing. It is important to understand that the public opinion doesn't know anything about better organizations of the space. The resident of the district is not an expert and how to build a park and whether there should be an area so the pensioners would play chess. No one knows about it. A person is an expert because he feels that what he sees, what he understands, what he wants to do tomorrow with his child in the next park. He shouldn't have the expert role. You have to understand that it is important to combine the study of what a person is really doing and what he will need tomorrow or today, studying the opinion to develop communications. So we always combine, and it is also important that the team that works on the research for development of the space would be interdisciplinary, including specialists, urban scientists or architects.
База для любого. The basis for any study like that is first the sketching, development to identify the structure of the region, the trends for the development of adjacent districts. That's the area of experts examination which needs multidisciplinarity. Sociologists and urbanist specialists will do master plan. As the urbanist, it's extremely important to develop a material to test it with people. It's very difficult for people just to conjure space, to conjure what they haven't seen before. So when you're contemplating the space for a park or children's playing ground, you need some incentives, plans, drawings, some incentives and stimuli. You show it to people how it's all arranged. The people should walk around. There should be a map. Sociologists can do it on the basis of opinion poll. Only urbanists and sociologists, when they work in joint endeavor, could do that. Nature. Next part will be about adjusting this space for people. Not just opinion polls are important. For high quality pre-development and pre-feed, it's very important to interview local residents, to have interactive texts with psychological methodologies, the combinations of digital and traditional conventional observations, walk through the park, watch out the local residents, or look through Instagram for those local residents. There is a broad plethora of different tools, not just telephone calls, whether people like this draft of the park next to the house they live. So it's always part which is related to design, testing of the material and observations. What's important here? What do we study? The way people use space. What's their mobility throughout the day for those who reside there, for those who commute there? Which are their current needs? Are they satisfied? Are there any ways to improve the current ways to implement and satisfy the needs? Of course, if you are going if you are thinking about construction of a Mariinsky theater stage in the dormitory district, nobody would do that. But at least you should ask people. About 50% of people who live in the dorm districts at least twice weekly go downtown to have leisure time there. You should figure out what they lack in their dorm districts, what brings them to the city center, shortfall of space based on the experience of people, what they had seen before, the samples, what kind of architecture is appealing to people, which is not. You should not talk about architectural styles with them. They don't understand that. But you can ask them which buildings they like in the city, which buildings are perceived by him as disgusting and gruesome. What people can say based on their own personal experience. You study that. And images of the place, iconic stories, high token stories, what's important for people to retain in this district, the hallmarks of their space, what should be retained on the basis of this block. With the participation of the designers, we discuss different options and options of satisfying people's needs, zoning the space. And third block is about opinion polls and studying the perceptions, whether people see benefits from the project, explicit benefits, the growth of square meters price for their housing, development of city environment, comfort. Are they fearful about the further development of the project? What do they think their future will be after the project has been implemented? The fusion of all those factors have very strong repercussions upon the relationships and whether there would be conflicts or not. On the basis of that, we put together communication strategy as a matrix of corollaries, bullet points, cues and question and answers, tools of communications, tools of establishing rapport with the audience, getting them engaged and involved. It was very challenging for me because I didn't know whether I should go very deeply into some of the tools. Maybe it would be boring for you or useful for you, and I try to cover in a more generic way the approach which is developing in social sciences to service the needs of those who is developing the space. I'm hopeful that what I told you might come in handy for you. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll take your questions if any, and if it's envisaged by the program. Thank you very much. Questions? There is a roving mic here. Wait for the mic. Use microphone, please. We discussed the pre-FEED studies, but after the implementation, how is it possible to streamline the communication so that we would know exactly that we fully met residents' needs? Very interesting question. Thank you very much for it. It's a broad range of different methodics and methodologies, but one thing is always overlooked. We should follow up the way people are using this space. You constructed children's playing ground. Come along and see and watch children playing there. Talk to their moms and ask them which part of the playing ground evokes some fears in you, in which part children slip and drop down more frequently. You should observe and follow up what you constructed, or maybe you should do the testing if then you'll scale the project. And it's also about the range of instruments. If it's a park, then it's follow-up observations, interviewing people who came along to stroll through the park, interviewing local residents about how they would like to use this space and other ways, what they lack. Is it appealing to them? What is alien to their aesthetical needs? Our conference is being recorded and translated, so interpreters cannot hear without the microphone. It would be very interesting to get familiarized with those observations and follow-up studies after the project has been taken on board. As yet, we cannot find such kind of information. Yes, it's true. There is a vast chunk of sector experts examination and sharing success stories. It's underdeveloped. This issue should be raised at organizational level. Maybe it should communicate it upwards, and there should be some publications of success stories, different cases, showcases of good projects. But typically, it's based on the customer. Different customers might commission those studies for us, and it will be proprietary information, and all the gimmicks we found, all the life hacks would be in the ownership of the customer. It's proprietary information, but there should be some organizational financial structure for doing that. Maybe it should be official Russian Federation's institution, which should formalize that. Thank you for your question. Thank you very much. I think we should progress along our conference. Dear participants, I'm next to a speaker now, and I would like to tell you one thing. Very interesting presentation we have here, but I have a request. Here we have got acoustical problems. The voices are reverberating. It's very difficult. So my big request is, as to all the discussions, you can have them at lunchtime, at coffee break. You can approach the speakers on the sidelines of the conference. It's a wonderful, magnificent hall, but it's full of echoes. So when it goes ad lib, things get out of hand. My apologies, I had to say that. Next speaker is Marina Devakova, managerial aspects of landscape architecture, experiences and opportunities. Good morning, everyone. I'm very glad to welcome you here. I'm professor or the chair of urban planning and landscape architecture of Urals University, Belarus member of Sverdlovsk region, and our association was created more than 20 years back from now. Before we get down to the presentation, I would like to mention a few more things. The other day, this morning's presentation enables us to generalize on our observations. On the one hand, I represent the higher education, master's degree and all that. But we are aware of new requirements and Russian educational standards and so on and so forth. And of course, there are lots of challenges related to the system because the alumni of the universities lack professional competences sometimes. Landscape architecture, landscape designing, thanks to the fact that it's interdisciplinary activity, it's on the very verge of different sciences and borders on different researches. That way it comes abreast of new researches and developments, and over the recent span of 5 years, we are quite popular. All the national projects and the governmental agencies turn to us for different important things, and we have to be very resilient and mobile. And as to the studies after the project was implemented, the follow-up is very important as well. And who should do that? Who should exercise those chores? The system of higher education should get engaged into that as well. And now I would like to get down to my topic. We were trying to figure out what kind of master degree curricula should be there. And recently we articulated new directions we tried to follow, and they were really published because we as lecturers are like practitioner coaches for athletes, I may put it that way, and we're fully aware of the needs which are articulated by the government and also which ensue from our cities and local administrations and how we use that in those programs. So managerial aspects, this topic is the outcome of thorough analysis of the situation. The other day, we came to know that And now the role of architect is sort of leveled up, or it slightly subsides or washed out from the traditional ones. The architect used to be a lead specialist. Now this profession is slightly phased out by other specialist professions. Of course, the architect cannot possess all the widest range of knowledge which is necessary. There are different specializations and state standards we study most thoroughly are indicative of that as well. Master degree alum has got new competences which are related to managerial aspects, management and administration. Otherwise, the profession will slowly die out and other specialists would phase you out. How did it all evolve? Quite briefly, these are our studies, our research. We're fully aware that landscape architecture comes along to the cities first as sites, and as in the 19th century, then some connections come up between the sites because the cities have been growing, and nowadays architectural landscape system comes along and the need comes along side by side with this to form and to manage and to administer and monitor it. All these is indicative of the fact that at different levels we lack consistency and uniformity about our perceptions as to what landscape architecture in the city is all about, how it should work. We refer to cyber model of a management system. It's not an eye-opener, it's common knowledge now. And then we shift to our real situation through the example of Yekaterinburg. Here are master plans. The other day we saw master plan of Kazan. It's very similar to what we see here in master plan. There are some greenscape, there are some green crops, some landscaping, along the perimeter, but not in the center, although previously our city was referred to as the greenest city in the country. But now is much less vegetation. As the result, it's constant smog, lots of high rises downtown, which drastically change microclimate for worse. Here we go again about pre-feed analysis. And we should also embark upon this teamwork on green carcass to develop important solutions. And we try to outreach the city administration, the regional or oblast, as we say, administration. And of course, we should also outreach Ministry of Construction because we cannot change the situation locally without outreaching the federal level as well. Here you can see the retained territories of different parks and squares, and downtown is crossed by Iset River. It's a far cry from what the Neva River is, but also we can refer to watery green diameter. But what is happening? It's lots of developments downtown.
In the area of the river, instead of getting these wonderful green banks, as it was in Kazan, and we have seen it, one bank has a modern design, and the opposite bank is quite natural. Unfortunately, so far we can just dream about it, and we're just starting to approach it mentally. City center, the central square, that's how it looks now. And we can see, in fact, that there is little vegetation, there is pavement, cars, no air, and the environmental situation is rather complicated. a design solution. Design solutions this is one of the leading companies on this area. There's an attempt to offer such small green areas, a small green park. Coming back to the previous slide, we'll understand that this is only just a spot. The next version, we have trade and pedestrian street that is very important in terms of symbols and mentality and historical construction and development. The story of Ekaterinburg. These are mansions and constructivism buildings and modern development. There's this mixture of styles. And we'll see very modern elements of greenery that exist here. What is happening now shows that the citizens want to create a green boulevard here. They want to have vegetation or certain actions. They want to have activity, and currently it is being discussed extensively. When we face a real situation, I can recall yesterday when we were shown what is the cost of relocating the utilities, and we have a large reservoir here of almost as high as that palace, and it is rather difficult to locate and build here somewhere. We have cold winters with freezing to 1 meter 80 centimeters. If we put planters and plant some vegetation, and we have problems with water and with watering the plants. This is a problem that is extensively discussed now. That is not a result, but that is our working situation. One of the options of proposals on that pedestrian zone, when we were just looking for the place where the trees could be located, we were agreeing to bring drilling rigs to drill through the monolithic surface. But what can we say? We can say that all this is just a patchwork. And we are coming to the conclusion that when we don't have a single system or single management, and without it, nothing would be resolved. And the previous speaker also has mentioned it, because we might have a wonderful company, it has offered the research, and it put the results of research on the table, because that is private property. As such research should be organized at the level of the state policy, and there should be a rather flexible administrative system that would make it possible to talk about controlled landscape system of the city, because that patchwork which we are facing now will not solve the problem, because there are different customers, different finances, different notions, and illiterate organization of discussions. That is really, as it was mentioned by the previous speaker, we're facing it constantly. We have press releases, we have some questions, and the result, the outcome is a construction that develops spontaneously in the environment that is developing spontaneously, preparing and training new experts who are trying to offer the possibility of realizing some new competent solutions. And one of them is our approach among the masters, the view as the city as a controlled system through landscape designing, landscape architecture. We started doing it by a quick development of the theme comfortable environment, because without realization of the single view, without realization of that urban policy, our comfortable environment would be, become such. Here in this place, we have a comfortable environment, but we don't know the degree of comfort. We have new payments, and we plant 3 bushes, is it really comfortable? As to the social science, probably they would say that not always the citizens are glad, and they might be glad for a short time period because they don't need these benches really, or probably they need a track for the cycling. Secondly, aesthetic balance. Aesthetically balanced environment, which is now being developed through the criteria developed by Strelka. I don't want to criticize them, but if we have such a city as St. Petersburg or Moscow, Ekaterinburg is a bit smaller, but we have a very interesting structure, the structure of the space of the city and so on. And with us, the spaces are quite homogeneous. We cannot standardize easily everything and make it well everywhere. And people are coming with a project and say that pavement is good in Kazan. Let us have the same pavement here. And where is our identity? And we had pavement there with wonderful boulders, and we could keep these boulders. We have a very interesting building. Let us look with it, work with it without putting any posters on the building, advertising the selling of wool. For instance, we have the poster red leopard on the classical building that takes 1/10 of the building. It is bright red, and you cannot see the building at all. These wonderful historical facades are often covered by such posters. So the problem of aesthetical balance is not only the design code. That is a design code that should be developed on the basis of the common system of notions as to what is this space. And in this case, when we're talking about the landscape of the city, this is not only planting greenery, that these are buildings, structures, pavement, the entire design code, which is created in this way. The city is our residence, our apartments. We have the interior questions that are well developed because that is my favorite apartment. And the city, well, we have something, but we have 1, 2, 3 developers coming with money, does anything that he wants. As to the aesthetic balance, we do not take it into account. As to the emissions and the problems with climate today, particularly this summer, we were afraid because there was overheating and there were a lot of emissions. As a result, the citizens leave the city and live nearby in the suburbs. The city has increased twofold because all of us do not live in the city. It is impossible. So the purpose of control is and management is a real story that can be realized. We know that the management, the city forester said that it is impossible, but within certain reasonable limits, with the adoption of the laws and regulations, probably we can pass on to it. The well-known picture when we said, yes, the idea of the green wedges in Moscow, that was great. But in fact, when I worked in the Netherlands, they also designed these green wedges. They were realized. And when you're cycling along that green wedge, you really are cycling there. That was built, that was realized, that is perceived by the citizens. But unfortunately, we have a different situation. And we're just dreaming of it. That new approach, which nowadays is often discussed about the green infrastructure, actually, it makes us searching for the balance between that infrastructure saturation with different forms, different business structures, and the urban landscape per se. Where is this need? Where is this balance? And in fact, if initially we say that landscape architecture, Nifoda was fond of the phrase, what is landscape architect design? He designs a positive emotion, and our task is to create harmonious spaces for the people so that they would feel well and will not be irritated. So that's it. As for this balance, of course, there is a wind regime and a lot of other factors that I am not going to discuss here. But today, the city and the region is discussing it, and the Ministry of Construction is also discussing. In the city, we need a master plan for the city. As it sounds nowadays, it wouldn't solve our problems. Our problems will be solved by the master plan, in which the landscaping component, the landscape layer, would take a worthy place, and it will be written that there are different components. The development of the market of commodities and services, all this is reflected in the long-term planning in the master plan. And master plan can create a more flexible system of managing the landscapes and landscape architecture or urban landscapes. And thus, how can it be? We're just looking what is the expression of the master plan prediction, the law on strategic planning in each city and at the level of master plan, which we want to have and develop and participate in the process. And the means and methods. We might formulate beautiful phrases, but today in our city, they are developing regulations, standards, different rules. But if we don't have a unified concept, if all the spaces are translated as rather homogeneous, you understand that we're afraid of these standards because we have the city center that is a unique space, and we're told that in the assignment it is clearly stated if you are dealing with real designing, you are familiar with it. And here we should have certain benches, a certain amount of benches. You should have lighting or no lighting here. As a result, we have a very poor solution. And you might advance your idea, but it will come across that poor technical assignment in terms of reference that is based on the poor standard, which nowadays is actively imposed. How would we depart from it? You can do it only proceeding from the general system notion and planning and consideration, not of by one personality, but by a team. Then probably we'll depart from the problem which we are currently facing now. We had one good mayor, he understood it and he advanced it. Then the person changed, a different person came, he didn't take care of it. Then the third one, and our idea, and it was also mentioned by one of the speakers yesterday, the project just disappeared somewhere. That was a good idea. And probably we should more well-developed technological maps of operations now. They are called road maps, which are necessary for implementation of certain design solutions. So that's how we are trying to train our experts. This is our new trend, and I wanted to share this information and acquaint you with it. That's how we work. That's all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Julia, tell me, are there in the management structure of your city the position of a landscape architect where this is there in demand that only specialists who graduate from the architectural department can take that position? If not, how is that position called and who gets work in the city? Unfortunately, we don't have such position in our city now. So we envy Kazan, we envy St. Petersburg, when the chief architect, assistant to the chief architect, landscape architect are working directly with the city authorities. Unfortunately, we don't have such experience in our city, and that's why we have major problems. Students get work. We don't have unemployed in that sphere, and the demand for such experts is high. And this year, the contest for entering our university was 1 to 10, and all the masters are employed afterwards. There is no problems, no problem, but there is no system. We work with developers, we work with businesses, but this result shows that in any case, you might have a very smart developer who will solve his own private tasks and problems. And for instance, we have Brusnica, we have our graduates who work there quite well, but everyone knows that is the just a feature of Brusnica, that residential district. And here we mean that these commercial interests, you just have to attract the investors, the buyers, so that they would buy the apartments from Brusnica. Unfortunately, that's the situation. And in the city, the Department of Arrangement is dealing with it, where we have an architect, but she mainly responds to the complaints of the city. Any further questions? If any? Will you please take the microphone? And your in this first and second presentation concern not only the vertical authority, but horizontal authority that is not well investigated. How do these departments cooperate? Landscape collects public opinion with business, but primarily power. In Yekaterinburg, how would you solve it? As soon as I understand, the green framework started working in your city. How are you solving that problem? Generally, our community, our team, was set up at the mayor's office with support of the mayor. And we have a very interesting team. We have a very good potential in the city because there are representatives of the Academy of Sciences. These are strong Soviet institutes that have very good methodologies. During Perestroika, we worked with Chernobyl Foundation, and that was a unique work that was carried out and funded. And this research was carried out. Then we had the Mayor Kazi Chernetsky, who offered the first strategic plan for the development of Ekaterinburg in our country, which comprised pilot projects, including the project Clean Water, Green City, and so on. During that period, that was a single trend, and it was interrelated now. We try to adjust the new authorities to all new trends. And I believe that why we started this work. Actually, we start via the system of education to implement training of experts so that we would have experts to whom you would be listening. Quite often they don't want to listen to the architects because they cannot provide the argument, they cannot advance their solution without, they don't give any proofs. A society of visualizers, we are fond of beautiful pictures, but beautiful pictures should be based on provided grounds, calculations, and funding. And thus, our task is to train experts. We conduct the research that has been mentioned today. What you have mentioned today will take into account because a master's degree provides more freedom, we can afford it, and the students will do it. They will assess the post-design solutions. That should be done by all means, because pre-designed solutions are quite actively assessed. Now we have discussions. They might be informal, but they exist. As to post-design solutions, they are really in deficit. As there is a process, so to say, of attrition to realization. No one has abandoned the green framework. The problem is solved, and we are working. Thank you very much. Thank you. We proceed with the next presentation. We invite Alexander Krukovsky, the theme Green Framework of St. Petersburg Challenges of the Future. If you allow, I will remove my mask. I have been vaccinated with 2 doses. I will just look into my paper, not to mix up the names and the dates that are important. Since this is an international conference, the presentation is in English.
But my apologies that I will speak Russian and show English slides. The other day, 9th of September, we kept discussing environmental, ecological framework, green framework of the city. Same term is used in our presentation, which was inspired by Gus Martin, and he's present here in the hall. And I myself worked here, and some other people in Buknova. So I am just presenting this. As to the term framework, you may have noticed yesterday that unless we study thoroughly, what public might think that environmental framework is two-dimensional. Let's see, city map showing by spots green massives, which forms the ecological framework, and correspondingly for a layman or even for those who work with that topic but not on their main speciality might think that it's like a two-dimensional thing. But we should be aware that green framework of the city is about ecology, is about continuity, but there are no clear-cut definitions here. Yet it's highly judgmental. Why do I bring this up? Because today and the other day we saw wonderful works, wonderful ready projects. This is cool, this is wonderful, but it's good when everything's clear and they show the results of but our presentation will be about the challenges of the future. In what way? Because yet every step of the way something new evolves, and we should deal with newly evolving issues. We should cope with them. In the presentation, we refer to St. Petersburg as the city, and mindful of the background of the development. Maybe we think as far back as just the future, 1917, 3 revolutions after, the number of greenery in the city has been growing one way or the other. In 2019, it was 3 square meters per capita, and then by 1970 it was about 7 or 8 square meters per capita of this greenery. It was possible because it was joint efforts of local residents and administration, that is local authorities of the city, and representatives of academic community as well. These challenges are about the so-called ecologization, digitalization, informatization, and integration. Integration underpins everything which is landscape architecture. Landscape architecture in its very essence is integrating with many other disciplines. And frankly speaking, I think that there is just a handful of disciplines like that, which would be like landscape architecture. All the disciplines are very interesting for landscape architects. We're interested in history, sociology, botany, architecture, of course, as to the so-called environmentalization or ecologization The process started since a long way back when UN made a clear stand about SDG program, Sustainable Development Program, as to ecologization. There are lots of publications about what it means, but there are some phrases and sentences here in our urban planning which are intertwined with the sustainable development, continuous green massives. If you compare previous texts, it was not there. If we look back at the documents of 2016 and prior to that, you will not find those formulations. That's important. We should work on that. And as yet, there are no ready-made instruments how we should exercise this continuity. And as to ecologization, what is more ecological, what is less ecological? It's not about the city scale per se, but the size of the district. Let's say there is a block of houses and then there is 100 meters of lawn. Now, if it's 100 meters of lawn are split into squares and between them there's pieces of asphalt, or they are united as a single spot. Ensuing from the existing norms, it's one and the same. But of course, these are two different things from the standpoint of ecology. It's a big difference. It's a far cry. And how should we combine all that? There are some institutions, research institutes in St. Petersburg as well. They certify non-residential complexes and they get the certificates. They issue the certificates for building. Same is done for the territories. There is a site, a Western system, and our system news, and we also were communicating with the European ones and the requirements for ecologization of the territory, of the sustainability are a bit obscure with broad marginal appreciation. Or at least we can identify in figures and numbers just the drainage system, the influence as to the vistas outside the window, other things. It's a bit obscure, and so it's not yet clear all the details of this ecologization. Next trend is informatization, very big topic for all of us. In 2007, back when we started our conferences, it coincided with the time when Steve Jobs introduced first iPhone, and it was said that this device will turn around the world, and that's what happened. And after a pandemic, we cannot imagine our business processes, educational processes without those informational technologies and part and parcel of our lives. And we are accustomed to that. And in Russia, a short while ago, the standard of a smart city was taken on board. It's rather brief document. I thought that there would be more information in it and it will be more detailed. And by the same token, I expected that there would be some indications or some information about green crops, but it's not there. So formally, we might say, we might assume that smart city can exist without green crops, without smart greenery. We communicated with each more technical informational university. They have got different projects like a smart courtyard and so on, or it could be some smart boat who informs the local neighborhood about different things like dear local residents. come along to watch a new beautiful flower coming out or things like that. We don't know. And this is the example from my university. And I've got one postgraduate student, and she'll defend the thesis called Tree Talkers. There's the smart, like the smartphone, which can be um, placed against the tree trunk, and it can get the information about the slope of the tree trunk, whatever, and from each tree the information in an ongoing way is going to the cloud, and we can see how the tree is growing, how the leaves are shooting out. But how many of those tree talkers we need to get the adequate model for, let's say, from Alexandersky garden or summer garden, whatever. We don't know that yet. We should think about it in a more profound way. And at our chair, we contemplate the very important topic of spatial synthesis, excuse me. Here is the park of Forestry Technical University. That's how it's reflected in the special software depth map. So we can see the integration of the pathways, the access of those pathways and trails. Now we get down to the integration as the topic. I'll be brief, but integration underpins everything, every step of the way. But as to St. Petersburg, integration can be implemented, first of all, due to large and high-scale projects. One of the examples of such powerful, unparalleled projects is the project entitled The Green Belt of Glory of St. Petersburg. In this slide, you can see it fully completed, and here it's not completed yet. What is it all about? As the integration here, we are not saying that there is one entity, another entity, and they, so to put it, are going hand in hand doing joint activities. No, this is the integration in the way that the boundaries are vanishing. If we design it right now, imagine how many complexities and challenges would evolve related to interregional nature. The barriers in landscape architecture are boundless. First of all, landscape architecture, if it's related to local communities' needs or industrial production of chairs or whatever, it's all done for local residents. And this landscape architecture is needed by nature itself. Descartes said that I am thinking cogita ergo sum. So when we are outside nature, then we do not exist normally. It will be in most deplorable state. Here are the examples. Yet we have got pending issues related to integration. We have got representatives of Krasnogvardeyski administrative district of our city. They're familiar with that part. This is a powerful motto. We are going to Kosygin Prospect and then goes to Yanina, to suburb. But there is no pedestrian movement or bicycle movement. There are no sidewalks. That is Yanina, no sidewalks. The problem sticks out by itself. Two regions, two different regions, and there should be one project, Krasnogvardeyski district, landscape park, Okhta River and boundary. On the one hand, and landscape park and north of Okhta River, there's the territory of the former military detachment. It's unused now, and they don't know what it will be there in future. Not park, at least, to my way of knowledge. But it would be just wonderful if on both sides of the river there would be a park. That would be wonderful. Another part, also same district, Krasnogvardeyski district, Rжевский Forest Park. So many traffic areas are cutting through here. I am just showing those screenshots from smartphone. And here is Okkervil River, Kudrovo district outside St. Petersburg boundaries. The river is getting through the ring road. It gets to the region, but it's the same river which runs through the city and through the suburb, and that also Kolpina Park. One part is St. Petersburg, another one the suburb, but Izhor River is the same, or Utka River, Nevsky District, Ring Road, and left from the Green Road, there's this part is in the competence of the region. Next one is in the competence of St. Petersburg as the city. How can we divide it? There should be one project on both sides of the river. The infrastructure is much wanting. So, and also, or when there is a cemetery divided into one part is in the competence of the city, the other one of the district, of the suburb. And here, for example, one part belongs to Levashova settlement, another one to Pisochny settlement. In past times, it was one single Pisochny Forest Park. And now we work on integration as the topic in the way that we get integrated with local communities and authorities, the way it was as far back as 1933 when there were the first landscape architecture chairs were evolving. And in the same time, green belt of the city evolved. It was 1933. Why did it happen? Because after the revolution, everybody got united for common goals. And then 1944, in the very last day of the siege, the blockade, the local administration started thinking about greenery, green plants, green crops. If we have common goals, we'll succeed. And now we outreach the communities, and local residents are against are just in against the outrageous facts when private cars are parked on the lawns. There should be more and more lawns, more and more greener. On the website, there will be data. It's open. And but we should not be over emotional because some things are highly judgmental. We should adhere to facts. You can fill out this form, and we'll be doing the discussions and votings in favor of different green projects. That's it. I was slightly behind the schedule. Thank you very much. Thank you. Maybe there are questions, maybe one question at least, although we're very tight on the schedule, we move forward. But then you can discuss it on one-on-one. Next speaker, Vladimir Kisielov, the use of fully grown trees in urban environment. Good afternoon, I'm Vladimir Kisielov. I'm Vladimir Kisielov, the plant nursery, Nuremberg, Germany. I would tell you about urban green crops and the use of fully grown trees in urban environment. And in St. Petersburg, there are some funds channeled into the development, but there are still disputes which type of seeding and planting materials, a large one or small one, we should
And
use.
who would like to help in that respect and to cooperate? It has already been mentioned that greenery for the city is very important, streets and parks, because the city is in a creative environment, and green plantation make the city softer. People become more loyal and kind, and greenery is one of the means that is necessary to the politicians and the city authorities so that the people will treat them well. We are in the time when the climate becomes more unstable. This year that was a cold winter and a very hot summer. The temperature records were beaten in Russia and many other countries. That was a global phenomenon. It is hotter in the city than in the suburbs because houses reflect light. There are cars that give more warmth, and sometimes it is extremely hot in the city. There are such observations. For instance, to the left, you can see two photos, upwards and downwards, in the same day in the city of Vienna. They measured temperature in two streets. One street above is without trees, and the street below has rather large trees. And we can see that in the shadow under the trees, temperature is 26, 30 degrees, and without trees, with asphalt, it was heated to 60, 70 degrees. You must even roast eggs on the pavement. To the right, two photos of Leipzig, parking lot in the street, and in some years, large plants were planted there that decrease the temperature of heating of the streets, and it has changed the image of the street. An example, we are moving to Russia, embankment of Mark Chagall, Moscow River, and there were debates as to what plants should be used, smaller or larger. And it was the dispute was settled. Several large plants were planted and a small plant. Urban administration came with the mayor, and it was decided that we have to plant large seedling material. Now we go to our seedling nursery close to Berlin. You can see three sizes of tillers. The smallest tillers are 125 centimeters. There are suitable plants. There's 5 meters in the middle, 30, 35. These are large plants, and they can be used in good places in the central streets. These lime trees or tillers are about 6 to 7 meters. The diameter of the crown is about 2 to 3 meters. And here the lime has the stem of 40, 45 centimeters. That is a large tree, and such plants can be used in exceptional places, in the city centers, on certain squares. In important areas, there are even larger materials for planting. These are the parameters of the plants shown in the previous slide. I'd like to note that the number of replanting in the seedling nursery is important. We should have a good root system, and the more you replant the trees, the better the roots are, and they can be subject to higher stresses, and large trees due to roots can be easily replanted, as practice shows. And now, when designing, probably it became simpler to work in Russia because this year the GOST for green standards was approved. It is similar to the leading European and global standards. the quality of the planting material is described and the replantations are discussed. Will you please use that new GOS in order to have good planting material and design it? Some photos and project, the embankment of Marc Chagall, after the plants were planted already. Uh, that place and the rest water quite close to the, so the conditions are not simple, but there was abandoned territory and a good park was made. That is one of the favorite places in St. Petersburg, and the property price of the property increased close to it, and there are about 20,000 tourists coming there every day. Large day, large trees at Gazprom Arena, large process of meters to the same level that trees and the trees are high that it's a private project based on private nets. Another example, St. Petersburg, the embankment of Karpovka River in 2019, there was a reconstruction. The place was quite depressive, if you might call it. It was not well arranged, not interesting, sort of abandoned. After reconstruction, we can see that it has become one of the favorite places. People are walking, they go in for sports, they are dancing, and they actively spend their time there. Thus, the quality of the life of the district is improved, and the quality of the life of the citizens also improves, and the city becomes more comfortable life. That is the theme of the present day seminar. That is also Karpovka. One should also give an example with small trees and with small planting material. You can see reconstruction of Atrov Park in St. Petersburg. Such trees are not expensive, but we don't know whether they grow or when they grow. We hope that they will grow. They don't give any shadow, and the quality of the territory is not improved by such trees. And from Germany and Berlin, in the city center, there was a sorting railway station. Now in this place, there is a place, Leistreieck. So reconstruction was carried out and a park was laid, a very large park, one of the best places in Berlin. Different plants were planted, average plants not too big. That characteristic environment was left intact because the spirit of the place should not be changed. And you can see partially railway tracks with plants growing close to the former sleepers, and the electric connection. Both are there, and that is a book. Federal Landscape exhibition, garden exhibition that was in Germany, in Heilbronn, not far from Stuttgart. Industrial territory was also taken. That was rather depressive. And this exhibition was organized. New landscape park was laid. The change has been changed as immediately the quality and level of the territory increased. The developers came there They were warned about it, and they were invited. That integrated project was laying of the park and development started of the residence is quite comfortable there, and the construction is still underway. They should build about 30 houses there. That is Hebron. That's all. I think I am on time. I wanted to thank you for the possibility to make my presentation. That was rather spontaneous. That is a great honor for us. And we're planning probably in November to come to you and to organize a seminar where we would like to discuss some technical elements, planting and taking care of the plants. We'll be glad to invite the rocket here. Thank you very much. Any questions? May I? If no one is asking questions, can you tell me, is there any observation statistics on the longevity of the trees depending on the size of the material? If we take standards in Germany and Berlin, the trees are planted as 2025, and there is a tender. We're taking care of the trees for 5 years, and the planting of the tree is much more expensive than the plant, than the tree itself. It is necessary to prepare because the city is an aggressive environment for the city, for the tree. You have to prepare the hole into which you plant the tree. You have to prepare a good substrate so that it will be loose and permit air and water coming. Everything has to be prepared. You have to think about nutrition of the tree. And as to the technical conditions of planting, they should be correct at maximum so that the tree would develop correctly and the tree would survive for a long period of time. In Berlin, for instance, there are a lot of trees planted after the war. There are trees 200 years old. And of course, we also have a deficit of money for taking care of the trees here, but the trees might grow long and successfully. If you change that, you say that you change your trees each 10 years, that is not correct. It's never done. Thank you.
А почему мы слышим только
Now we
английский
move
язык?
further.
Добрый день.
Now we are going to have a remote presentation, Margarita Serova.
Да, добрый
New
день,
approaches
коллеги.
to forming the gardens on roofs of parkings in the center of megapolis. Please, Margarita, can you hear us?
Да, добрый день, коллеги. Я вас слышу. Здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте. Мы видим вашу презентацию.
Хорошо. Слышно ли меня хорошо?
Прекрасно, все. Прекрасно.
Коллеги, уточните, как будет идти перевод. Я так понимаю, что я не буду слышать, я буду слышать перевод, но я не буду слышать себя, верно?
Да. Да. На экране только презентация, вы себя, наверное, не
Да,
видите.
я просто боюсь, что я не смогу так говорить, слыша перевод. Я буду очень теряться. Может быть, я просто буду по-английски сразу говорить, а тогда ваша аудитория может получить перевод там на русский или нет? Коллеги.
Да, пожалуйста, начинайте. Мы вас слушаем.
Хорошо. Добрый день, коллеги. Меня зовут Маргарита Серова. Я являюсь генеральным директором компании Gillespie's. Это британское ландшафтное бюро. Представляю их в России. Два слова о Gillespie's. Компания уже более 10 лет работает в России. Опыт компании порядка 50 лет во всем мире, и мы с успехом применяем его во многих странах, в том числе и в России. Сегодня мы поговорим о новом подходе к формированию садов на крышах в центре мегаполиса. Я специально убрала парковки, но мы поговорим про парковки. Но я хотела бы начать в общем вообще про крыши, да, а парковки, стилобаты – это тоже часть как бы своего рода крыши, и перейдем от общего к частному. Мы опросили, как бы в нашей практике мы столкнулись со многими мифами о крышах, да, в частности, как бы о стилобатах. Многие девелоперы, да и что говорить, проектировщики с осторожностью относятся к этому месту и считают, что крыша – это не место для прогулок, это какое-то бесполезное пространство. На самом деле, действительно, здесь можно создать очень интересные места для взаимодействия человека с природой, что в свою очередь улучшает нашу жизнь и здоровье. Мы видели все в пандемию, да, как мы все страдали, сидели дома, и как важно было выйти действительно во двор и ощутить вот этот небольшой кусочек природы. Очень многие девелоперы опасаются, что крыша или стилобат не найдут такого интереса и спроса у жителей, и, в принципе, его можно только однообразно использовать. На самом деле мы можем создавать здесь абсолютно полноценные, качественные пространства для жизни, для активного спорта и отдыха. И мы сегодня покажем вам как бы примеры. Очень часто идет такое опасение, что сложно технически реализовать какое-то интересное пространство на крыше, но мы видим, что любые дизайнерские идеи сейчас вполне реализуемы, и наши как бы технические специалисты, инженеры, проектировщики активно реализуют любые смелые дизайнерские идеи. Ну и такое опасение, что невозможно сделать настоящий сад и не для нашего российского климата, тоже с успехом как бы мы опровергаем, применяем абсолютно различные приемы в благоустройстве и создаем новое экологичное пространство в городе. Такие немного как впечатляющие как бы картинки связи с природой. Здесь можно посидеть, да, как я сказала, небольшое короткое время. Также и общаться с друзьями, вести какой-то активный образ жизни, проводить мероприятия, спорт. Это все пространство крыш. Любой смелый дизайн, как я уже сказала, мы можем реализовать с помощью различных технологий, инженерных, проектировочных. И абсолютно разные возможности для озеленения. Мы покажем сегодня, как можно сделать на крыше и ручей, и фонтан, и замечательный парк. И надо не забывать еще раз, да, что действительно город и вообще мегаполисы – это очень жесткая среда, где очень мало возможностей для общения с природой. И вот создавая такие дополнительные зеленые пространства на крышах и на стилобатах, мы действительно вносим очень значительный вклад в биоразнообразие среды города. Я начну с наших международных проектов, в частности, с лондонских. Потрясающий проект нового кампуса Google уже ведется несколько лет. Это новое здание. И крыша действительно будет таким потрясающим местом. Это будет самая большая эксплуатируемая кровля в Европе. Здесь предусмотрены абсолютно разные пространства для отдыха, для работы, для спорта. Огромная беговая дорожка, где можно заниматься спортом. Коллеги, у меня что-то зависло, я не могу переключать. Надеюсь, сейчас решится проблема. Мы видим, как зонирование распределяет зоны таким образом, чтобы были созданы и рабочие места для работников Google, так и для... Алло? Слышно ли меня, коллеги? Коллеги, что-то у меня зависло, я не могу переключать презентацию. Вот, все, дальше, извините, все хорошо. И вот тоже одна из схем такой крыши. Здесь мы видим как раз зонирование, распределение этой многофункциональной, такой абсолютно потрясающей площадки. Коллеги, можно следующий слайд? Видимо, я не могу переключать. Вот все. Да, здесь еще одна визуализация, как будет выглядеть та же беговая дорожка. Вокруг нее мы используем достаточно взрослые деревья. Мы стараемся использовать довольно крупные деревья, ну не совсем, да, но такие средние и крупные, чтобы создать эффект парка сразу, здесь и сейчас, с первого дня использования того или иного проекта. Это многоуровневые места для сидения, для работы. Следующий проект, опять же, довольно интересный. Архитектор Норман Фостер создал сад на крыше
Development within the blue-green
Crossrail.
infrastructure of the city of Yekaterinburg.
Коллеги,
My apologies. She continues her presentation.
да, коллеги, извините, я услышала перевод. Значит, здесь у нас крыша на Crossrail Великобритании, реализована с Норманом Фостером.
Crossrail.
Сад реализован с уникальными деревьями, собранными со всего мира.
On Crossrail roof,
Здесь собраны деревья со всего мира, тех кораблей, которые приходили в эту верфь в Лондоне. И эти деревья, здесь создана специальная атмосфера для них. Как вы видите, есть, значит, разрывы в крыше. Это уникальная крыша, уникальной конструкции, которая, в принципе, позволяет деревьям получать как естественный свет, так и естественные как бы орошения, дожди. Но плюс, помимо этого, здесь, конечно, создана особая техническое как бы оснащение для создания атмосферы. Коллеги, я так понимаю, остановилась презентация, да?
Которые не позволяют до конца дослушать вас доклад.
Вырубили меня.
Мы все-таки переходим к следующему докладу. У нас по времени, по регламенту уже получается, идем к завершению первой нашей части. Андрей Молоков, создание связанной системы благоустроенных набережных по программе развития водно-зеленого каркаса Екатеринбурга. Здравствуйте.
Да, здравствуйте. Можно мою презентацию на экране?
Да, мы вас видим.
Пожалуйста, презентацию запустите.
Вы нас слышите?
Да, я вас прекрасно слышу. Так.
Здравствуйте, мы вас слышим.
Я вас слышу, но я хотел бы, чтобы моя презентация была на экране, чтобы я по ней рассказывал.
Презентация выведена на экран, мы ее видим, пожалуйста.
А видео не надо включать? Без видео буду, да? Или включить видео? Здравствуйте, друзья, еще раз. Моя тема – это создание связанной системы благоустроенных набережных по программе развития водно-зеленого каркаса Екатеринбурга. Так, можно? Так, совместный доступ, да, надо нажать? Как листать? Нет. Так, ну давайте. Вы будете листать или мне как-то получится листать? Так, ну, водно-зеленый каркас города, совокупность соединения между собой городских... Слышно? Алло.
Мы вас слышим.
Слышите, да? Хорошо.
Мы вас
Соединение между собой...
презентацию.
Да. Презентацию мне получится листать?
Получится или нет? Кто будет листать, я не понимаю. Вы?
Я готов.
Будет листать презентацию наша техническая поддержка.
Хорошо, давайте, я буду говорить следующий лист. Так, совокупность соединения между собой городских территорий с растительным покровом и городскими водоемами, включенными в городскую среду. Ну, вот здесь на этой схеме видно, что у нас есть река и сеть, которая рассекает город по диагонали от низа до низа. И есть ожерелье лесопарка. Следующий слайд. Следующий. Мгм. Не получается листать?
Да, а вы можете без презентации? У нас, к сожалению, тут очень
Ну, это,
проблемы с
конечно,
интернетом, и если вы будете
здорово, без
говорить,
презентации.
или это сложно?
Ну, у меня просто очень много иллюстраций.
Это
Я бы
будет...
хотел показывать, было бы наглядно, как мы организуем работу и какие у нас территории мы сейчас в каком виде имеем и какие у нас перспективы. Так, ну не получается
Ну,
листать.
давайте попробуем.
Не получается или все-таки получится? Так, у меня не получается. Так будем разговаривать? О, здорово. Здорово. Это вы листали, да?
Да?
Следующий. Вот, здорово. Вот, смотрите, вот у нас... Нет, так быстро не надо, назад. У нас есть Верхесецкий пруд, у нас есть Городской пруд, у нас есть Нижнесецкий пруд. Они формируются за счет плотин. То есть плотина Верхесецкого завода, плотина Городского пруда и плотина Нижнесецкого пруда. Пунктиром показаны те связи, которые между лесопарками, между природными территориями связывают все части города. Следующий. На этом слайде показаны, какие функции мы предполагаем на водно-зеленый каркас. Дальше. Ну и типы набережных, да, тоже. Я никакие Америки не открываю. То есть есть природная набережная и есть урбанизированная набережная. Это вот примеры из нашего города. Какие у нас набережные в центральной части города. Также набережные реки проходят под развязками и системами инженерных коммуникаций. Тоже, наверное, в каждом городе есть. У нас также это все присутствует. Дальше. Ну и какие критерии качества общественных пространств? Наверное, тоже не открываю каких-то Америк. Безопасность, экологичность здоровья, современность, актуальность, эффективность управления, идентичность, разнообразие, комфортность. Ну, не буду раскрывать. Понятно, что эти принципы должны быть на любом участке набережной. Дальше. Вот так выглядит наша река на правилах землепользования застройки. То есть в центре города ее нет, потому что наша река это небольшая река, она в пределах 15-20 метров в поперечнике, поэтому территориальные зоны смыкаются. И наша задача как раз сделать ту самую набережную, которая бы разомкнула эти объекты, которые подходят к набережной, и сделать ее комфортной. Дальше. Вот, мы провели анализ, кто у нас из крупных стейкхолдеров, застройщиков и пользователей территорий, примыкающих к набережной, по городу Екатеринбургу. Вот на этом слайде видно, что очень много застройщиков строят сейчас около набережной, около воды. И также есть крупные объекты, как там Ельцин-центр, ЦПКО, драмтеатр, ЦПКО и так далее. Объекты, которые выходят на набережную, и, соответственно, очень важно, какая там будет среда. Со всеми ими мы работаем сейчас в использовании. Ну и сейчас немножко пройдемся по территориям, которые мы, собственно, сейчас благоустраиваем. Вот Верхесецкий пруд – это набережная, которая сейчас в развитии жилой застройки и многофункциональной застройки. Дальше. Вот так это с высоты птичьего полета, но это уже не совсем актуальный слайд. Сейчас уже много жилых домов появляется вот на среднем плане, вот там немножко проекты показаны. И, конечно, актуальность устройства набережной очень важна. Дальше. Очень интересная история – это Верхесецкий завод. Верхесецкий завод – это градообразующее предприятие, которое возникло в 18 веке. И, собственно, поселок Виза – это территория, которая примыкала к городу. И это железоделательный завод, который сейчас сохранил памятники архитектуры промышленной. И задача города сейчас распаковать эту территорию для горожан, чтобы она не была такой утилитарно-промышленной. Ну вот дальше идем от Виза. Это у нас уже начало Городского пруда. И посмотрите. Смотрите, здесь у нас застройка отходит от берега, берега зеленые. Дальше. И застройщики, вот эта территория также в плане со спутника, вот эта территория показана. И сейчас мы ее прорабатываем, потому что перепроектируем, потому что проект, который был сделан в 2014 году, он был на принципах урбанизированной набережной с бетонными подпорными стенками, с покрытиями. То есть зелень там была на втором плане. Дальше. Вот, это вот как раз те проектные решения, которые мы пересматриваем. То есть вот традиционные решения для городских набережных, которые были популярны еще там, лет 5-10 назад. Дальше. Компания «Брусника», которая застраивает вот этот берег, она делает сейчас свою концепцию набережной, и там уже тенденции озелененных набережных, природных набережных, они уже вот проявляются. Я надеюсь, мы получим качественную концепцию именно озелененной природной набережной с хорошими связями в виде вело- и пешеходных дорожек. Дальше. Вот. Следующий участок, это, видите, тоже много зелени, это территория под развитие, КРТ. Она будет развиваться в ближайшее время. Дальше. Вот, это тоже вот на этой же территории, там вот сейчас появляются различные, в частности, лодочные станции, которые привлекают туда людей и формируют вот такой трафик. Дальше. Да, вот этот участок, где расположена лодочная станция, сейчас вот тоже этот участок перепроектируется. Дальше. Вот этот участок перепроектируется тоже по принципу урбанизированной набережной, где подпорная стенка, где всякие сходы, пандусы, и все снесено там до щебня, потом снова засаживается, снова формируется. Мы сейчас меняем эту концепцию. Дальше. И вот что мы видим в натуре. Вот смотрите, вот такую красоту ее нельзя уничтожать. То есть вот эти набережные, они сейчас озелененные, и люди ими пользуются, отдыхают. Вот наш Екатеринбург-Сити, и на фоне него люди там могут купаться, загорать. Дальше. Дальше. Тут у нас как раз на этом участке нашего городского пруда втекает небольшая река, устье реки Ольховки, и там застройщик за свой счет сделал такой красивый пруд, и сейчас вот такой прудик, он украшает этот район. Также это было болото непроходимое, сейчас вот тут. И еще один элемент в этом же участке, это как раз в центре картинка, это падение Ольховки в сеть. И был такой проект пешеходного моста и устройства береговой линии в бетоне. Мы тоже сейчас раскритиковали. Это вот года 3 назад такой проект был предложен, и сейчас также его будем пересматривать, чтобы как можно больше у нас озелененных пространств было по берегам реки. Дальше. Вот центр города, самый центр города. Сейчас на этот участок города от Челюскинцев до Ленина, от Ельцина до Карла Липкнехта объявлен городской конкурс, международный даже конкурс, который привлек большое внимание архитекторов. Было 42 заявки, мы выбрали 5 участников, в том числе международные. И сейчас идет разработка концепции благоустройства территорий, прилегающих к городскому пруду. Дальше. Ну вот, собственно, эта территория с птичьего полета. Мы видим здесь и башню сеть, и Ельцин-центр, и спорткомбинат «Динамо», и драмтеатр. Ну, то есть это самый центр города, и какая должна быть там набережная, какие должны быть функции, какие должны быть активности, и сколько должно быть зеленых насаждений, сейчас решается проектом. Дальше. Ну вот это, что мы закладывали в проект, какие принципы, и стоимость конкурсной документации 2 миллиона, каждый участник получает 250, плюс миллион получает победитель. Дальше. В октябре на форуме 100+, мы будем обсуждать эти концепции участников, и потом будет работать жюри по выбору лучшей концепции. Дальше. Ну и, конечно же, после того, как конкурсные работы будут сделаны, идет общественное обсуждение. Ну, это вот пример, как у нас это проходит в городе. Тут и совет, и с жителями общение, фокус-группами. Так что процедура достаточно уже отработанная и эффективная. Дальше. Идем дальше. Я исторический сквер не показывал, потому что он у нас решен, и сейчас он будет также вовлечен, но в этой презентации его нет. Дальше мы идем от Малышева на юг. Ну, видите, эта территория также имеет два берега, природный и урбанизированный. Сейчас эта территория уже выполнена полностью. Здесь очень много людей в хорошую погоду гуляют, отдыхают, качаются на качелях, какие-то проходят мероприятия. Это вот качественная среда. И могу сказать, что в основу положена концепция, которую разработала КБ «Стрелка» в 2017 году. Потом мы ее адаптировали и вот реализовывали участок от Малышева до Куйбышева. Дальше. Дальше. Ну, вот так вид сверху, фотографии сегодняшнего состояния. Ну и дальше у нас от Куйбышева до ЦПКО участок. Особенность в чем этого участка? Что у нас исторические мосты пересекают набережную, и мы предлагаем сделать там проходы под мостами, чтобы была связанность, цельная связанность пешеходных дорожек вдоль реки. Ну и сейчас у нас вот в районе между Куйбышевым и Декабристов строится ледовая арена, которая вот на картинке сверху. И это будет мощный драйвер этой территории, 15 тысяч зрителей может единовременно находиться. Поэтому мы видим, что пешеходные пути, велосипедные пути вдоль набережной будут очень востребованы посетителями этой ледовой арены. То есть люди будут приходить, уходить именно вот вдоль набережной по комфортным дорожкам. Дальше. Дальше. Вот проект, который сейчас уже разработан и будет реализовываться. Ну, вот на предыдущем слайде. А это уже следующая территория, которая также под развитие. Сейчас там пустырь, но этот пустырь будет застроен жилыми домами, и мы будем видеть тоже благоустроенную набережную, в которую вложится этот застройщик. То есть у нас сейчас идет диалог с застройщиком, чтобы они участвовали и в проектировании, и в реализации набережных. Следующий участок — это вот территория от улицы Ткачей до парка Маяковского. Застройщик Клевер Парк, он сделает и свои дома, и дело благоустроенной набережной. Вот сейчас уже это не только проект, это реализация. Дальше. Дальше. Вот так выглядит эта набережная сегодня. И мы довольны, что... Быстро не листайте. Мы довольны, что такой застройщик у нас есть в этом участке, потому что он одновременно строит и набережную, и жилые дома, и создает качественную, комфортную среду для жителей. Также к застройке Клевер-парка примыкает парк Маяковского, центральный парк культуры и отдыха. И там также сейчас разрабатываются концепции, которые включают в себя и благоустройство набережных. Вот сейчас это так выглядит. Береговая линия вдоль парка Маяковского. И следующий участок — это участок, где крупные застройщики строят свои жилые дома, и мы с ними сейчас заключаем соглашение на проектирование участка набережной от улицы Щерса до улицы Лыжников. Так что эта работа впереди, и я думаю, что к концу застройки этого участка жилыми домами там будет качественная набережная, в которой они примут участие, в реализации которой. Дальше. Дальше. Дальше следующий участок, вот как раз есть участок развязки, под ним протекает река, и она выходит вот ближе к Нижнесецкому пруду, и там у нас крупные общественные здания, это океанариум, это торговый центр, это аквапарк, и сейчас набережная там не представляет из себя чего-то хорошего, цельного. Мы также будем в конкурсе отрабатывать те решения градостроительные, планировочные, архитектурные, ландшафтные, которые бы создавали качественную среду. Ну и вот мы выходим ближе к Нижнесецкому пруду. Вот тут стоят краны, тоже не совсем актуальная фотография, тут уже дома выросли на месте этих кранов. И застройщики уже делают не только жилые дома, но и набережные. Дальше. Вот проект набережной, которую мы смотрели и который у нас на критике, потому что тут как раз не природный характер набережной, а урбанизированный, то есть набережная, которая стоит на сваях, которая стоит, представляет из себя платформу, на которой размещены все элементы благоустройства. Следующий участок — это такая вот дельта и сети заболоченная, но мы видим это также в этом ценность, когда есть некие природные элементы, которые надо обязательно сохранить. Это и гнездилище птиц, и насекомых, и это обязательно нужно сохранить. И вот мы дошли до Нижнесецкого пруда. Сейчас мы занимаемся концепциями благоустройства вокруг этого пруда, потому что застройка также уже опоясывает его, и нужна как раз целостная система водно-зеленого каркаса. Дальше. И плотина Нижнесецкого пруда. Также там парк, также там должно быть благоустройство парковое, качественная среда, в которой природная составляющая должна быть доминирующей. Спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо большое, очень интересный обзор. Мы получили такое комплексное представление.
Да, понимаете, особенность в том, что наша речка маленькая, она не разъединяет берега, а соединяет. И вот те потенциалы, которые есть вдоль реки, мы сейчас развиваем, чтобы люди гуляли, ходили, и уже многие меняют свои маршруты передвижения по городу в сторону набережной, потому что когда качественная, комфортная набережная, там очень удобно и пешком идти, и на велосипеде, на самокате, и дальше, и больше это все будет. И я думаю, что наш город в этом плане будет превращаться в такой вот комфортный зеленый город. И река как раз это тот самый элемент, который все это фокусирует и создает вот качественную среду природную. И наша задача не ее не разрушать, а как раз развивать и улучшать. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое. Да, пожелаем вам успешной реализации задуманного. Ну, я думаю, что мы переходим к следующему этапу нашего мероприятия. До 12 часов всех ждем в зале.
меня слышно? Я включила микрофон. Да, я включила микрофон. Меня слышно? Я просто могу пересесть поближе. Как меня сейчас слышно? Меня слышно? Раз, раз, раз. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Так, в телефоне. Сейчас я попробую еще проектор включить. Раз, раз, раз. Меня слышно? Вас в телефоне? Не слышно. Раз, раз, раз. Так, не слышно? Давно не слышно? Так, раз, раз, раз. Два, два, два. Так, слышно хорошо? Все, отлично, спасибо вам. Презентацию вы можете листать. Я доклад и презентацию пересылала по слайдам. Да, да, нормально. А там будет, там у меня есть. Это удобно вам или нужно по-другому как-то сделать? Там есть доклад, написано слайды, и когда я буду говорить по докладу, то слайды можно будет перелистывать. Хорошо, спасибо вам. Хорошего дня. Алло, здравствуйте. Я беспокою вас о Аркадии, знаете? Ага, хорошо. У меня два вопроса, я вроде как написала. В ботаническом саду, понятно, вам подготовили, вы хотели на 10 число забрать клены. Во сколько вы скажите, потому что человек как бы там, чтобы знал, когда вы придете, что... Да? Сейчас, хорошо, хорошо. Когда она дождется, просто она говорит, приедете, не приедете. Там, значит, вам два больших пышных нашли, так что вот, вы в час, в общем, получается вот там, а потом в районе 5 вы меня берете. Хорошо. Смотрите, да? Хорошо, хорошо. Ладно, до свидания. Алло, объективно? Прошу прощения, у меня такой вопрос. Я вот тут все настроила, могу я оставить включенным? Спасибо, он сам здесь не включается. Доброе утро. Мы снова с вами слышимся. Валентина, это Юлия из ПГТУ.
Здравствуйте. Я тут до самого утра уже активно сижу и слушаю. Ну, мы, по-моему, в 12 часов собираемся. Насколько я так поняла, до 12 перерыв. Вот, а потом вперед.
Я вчера параллельно идет там запоздание.
Я ничего не слышу. Ой.
Уважаемые коллеги, кофе-брейк.
Dear colleagues, the coffee break finished 7 minutes ago, and you're ready to resume the session. And even the speaker is in place, so we can start. So we continue our session number 2. Elena Golosova will make her presentation now on ethnocultural aspects of urban development, modern urban environment, please. Dear colleagues, of course, we are acquainted with many of you, but I will introduce myself. I'm head of Laboratory of Landscape Architecture and Ethnobotanical Research at Nikitski Botanical Gardens, the National Scientific Center of RAS. I'm a professor of the Chair of Landscape Architecture of St. Petersburg Forest Technical University. There is some social work. I'm head of the Commission of Landscape Architecture of the Council of Botanical Gardens of the CIS States. And today, it's very pleasant for me to make our presentation in this wonderful conference hall. I will try to discuss how our culture is reflected in our cities, in the environment in which we are together with you. It was about the ethnocultural aspects of modern urban environment, comfortable environment, but we cannot speak about non-comfortable environments because modern environment, yesterday all these speakers noted that a cultural identity issue periodically came to the fore during our talks and discussions and presentation. Comfortable urban environment, the notion of comfort is a very peculiar term. So most often we perceive comfort by substituting the notion, and we perceive comfort as a certain list of objects which we have to put into the environment, and it will be good for everyone. In fact, comfort there are 14 notions in the internet in modern publications saying that comfort is quite diverse. It is a diverse substance that can be considered from different viewpoints. There is physiological comfort, which we are beyond the limits of that comfort. It doesn't matter what is the color of the playground and how many trees there are in the street. There is special comfort, a very interesting notion. Based on calculations, I found that information about publication, 250 square meters of cellular construction territory and 750 square meters of green plantations of forest within that limit. That doesn't matter that each person should be in this area, but a person would feel well when around him is this space. There is a notion of psychological comfort as a psychic and mental condition of the subject in the situation of interacting with the environment. So we are going to discuss it. Comfort is not a list of objects that are necessary, but comfort is a positive status of the subject. That is our response to this list and to the objects that are intruded into the urban environment. And you can see that this is the embankment of the Moskva River, how people feel here. Probably they are not thinking about now, but if we look at the modern cities, but there are large districts in modern cities, so that is Moscow and St. Petersburg. There is color, there is a large space. But if you would be as a subject between these houses, if you want to walk there, people are different, and that response to these high-rise houses, the height component is quite fantastic. But if we have a look at other cities, we won't have any difference in the development where the people live. In any word, if we take the architectural component, in a modern city, it is similar everywhere. There is a question whether comfort is associated with a culture of ethnos, with a group of people in a certain region of our large country or the whole world, because the ethnocultural component is present, and each subject, each people has its own ethnoculture. To someone, the right slide would be good. It is just comfortable to bathe in Ghanaian arenas where corpse might be floating. That is comfortable for that ethnos. Or in the central slide, during the lunch break, the Japanese clerks found benches and are relaxing there, and the girls on the London green lawns. Each ethnical group, each nationality, each place on the earth would have its own ethnocultural traditions. In the cities, when we're walking across the cities, there is a whole number of symbolic buildings at which we find pleasure looking, at, and these buildings or constructions determine our attitude, the psychological comfort and emotions that we have. But if we compare comfort, which is a relative notion similar to beauty, each one will perceive it in his own way. If coming to Japan, for instance, or will admire beautiful historical buildings or buildings constructed in the traditional Japanese style, they are pleasant for the eye of the European. We look at it with pleasure, how they are inscribed into the modern landscape. But this is the external part of that comfort. If we go inside into the Japanese residential house, you can spend one day at such a hotel. On the second day, you would like to have a different comfort. Our ethnocultural component, internal component, dictates to us other emotions, and it causes other emotions. And of course, using the example of Moscow, I can say that there are several mentions. For the example, I have taken 3 buildings constructed in the late 19th century, which are a certain architectural symbol of old Moscow, which, unlike St. Petersburg, has very few buildings that are hidden. It is difficult to find them. Still, there are some buildings in large streets, such as Morozov's mansion. When it was constructed, it provoked a negative response in Moscow among the Moscow bombing, and even the mother of Arseny Morozov said that I knew that my son is a fool, and now the whole Moscow knows it. That is a historical story, but the emotions of a person, together with Mazarin, architect, he just went to Andalusia, and coming back from Andalusia, he was admiring that new Mauritanian style, and he constructed that mansion. That is not Moscow culture, but the building now is a symbol of Moscow. Or another wonderful Moscow building, which, unlike Morozov's mansion, was always admired by the Muscovites. The Chinese building, chai or tea or coffee, constructed in the same period, This is also one of the symbols of Moscow at present among the old buildings. There is a Gumnov's mansion in Yakimanka built in the Russian style. But it's surprising that three buildings from different cultures are now perceived emotionally as the same, such bright, well, toys, architectural toys in the city. An example of Moscow Baroque, I like the photo against the background of city, which the Muscovites do not like very much. A small fragment of Moscow architecture. We mean that now practically we wouldn't meet such buildings that would reflect the national culture, whatever. Of course, we live in a cosmopolitan world, but the situation in other countries is probably also characteristic. For example, I would like to give a situation in Japan. The railway in Kanazawa City, built in 2005. These gates were built after reconstruction. These are wooden gates following the traditional technology of Medago that does not use any metal fastening elements or connection elements. So what are these gates for Japan? The Japanese emperor is, and Japan is the only empire among all the countries in the world because they have the emperor. And the emperor starts its history from the legendary goddess Amaterasu that is associated with these gates. There's a legend when a cockerel on the gate saw that the goddess removed the stone from the cave. Of course, that is a beautiful fairy tale, but that is the history of the people. That is the national ethos, which everyone coming to the railway in Japan would be reminded of it. Another wonderful object, I like the National Theatre in Beijing in China. That is a semisphere, and below that is a reflection in water. It might seem strange, but it was built by the French architect. But the idea, I don't know who is the author of the idea, but the idea is quite deep in Chinese. That is an illustration of the Chinese version of the creation of the world. And for each Chinese who comes to Beijing or who lives in Beijing is reminded about the national culture. It might also be a fairy tale, but that is also a national epic that is reflected in the architecture in space and the emotions caused by these will be always positive, as has been mentioned today at our conference, that everything that is not mine is often reflected. And that is mine in the global sense of the word. Baku, a flame tower, is a symbol of oil production and the memory of those who admired fire. That is most of the population are Islamic there, though that is a republic, secular republic. The temple of Zoroastrianism in Baku, those flame towers or fire towers also remind the residents of the country and of the city of their own history. Shanghai, old city, partly restored in 1952-56, when Mao Zedong reigned, when they say there was no money in the country and the people were poor. Though during that period, most of gardens and parks were restored, which are now on the list of the World Heritage of UNESCO. Of course, partly that is newly made, partly it is restored, but modern Shanghai is a modern city with modern development and construction. And you can see a fantastic technology in the houses and fantastic structure. Each person who comes to to Shanghai goes to that old city. In our cities, we also have some such objects. 2 weeks ago, I remained from Irkutsk, and it is with great pleasure that I looked at the so-called 130th court of Irkutsk, reconstructed architectural monuments. That was a small toy town. It is alive. Sometimes these are restaurants and shops. These are small museums, which are quite numerous. There is a dozen of such museums in that block. That is a large urban program related with investors. There were local investors, local residents, 3 large businessmen who invested money from dilapidated houses. People were relocated to new apartments. And Irkutsk, I liked it very much because that old Siberian merchant city has its own face, and that face can be seen everywhere in the city. There are a lot of old wooden houses with carvings. And Vladimir, I would like to remind you, time is up. 5 minutes, please. Can I? Thank you. No, this is architecture, but not only architecture, but green plantations also reflect the culture of ethnos. In China, everything is good. There is greenery in the courts. In Beijing, you can see modern Chinese garden with all characteristic all plant characteristic of Chinese gardens, stone and water in and yang, everything that should be there.
Now, Moscow Yards, I wanted to find it here and I couldn't. It's the only one picture of the territory, Vasilievskaya Street, although there are architectural competitions and tenders for the best improvement of the courtyard. I found one in Ekaterinburg. The winning bidder in the tender for landscaping of the yards. I don't know whether it's comfortable for local residents residing in this house. Does it reflect the culture of this ethno site? It's the Urals town. Look at this aisle of stones. When you look at it, looks very nice. Water and sort of a gazebo and different other things, but it's Kazan, it's Tatarstan, the territory with very rich ethnic culture. What do we see? Those Japanese-like stones in the train, or it's some kind of a Chinese pergola used for flowers or whatever. Each element is good on its own account by itself. I think local residents feel rather comfortable here, but what does it tell us about sort of a globalism which penetrates our cultures as well? This is the environment for people living in Tatarstan. This is famous and notorious at the same time, Zaradilo Park in Moscow. The idea per se is quite commendable, but I belong to this group of Muscovites who dislike Zaradilo Park. But it's not about my sentiments. That was the idea, to show different natural planting zones of Russia is good and commendable by itself, but as a person who worked throughout her life in botanic gardens, I can tell you that in botanic gardens, whereby for years, decades, and centuries, natural flora expositions are fostered. We professionals know exactly how difficult and challenging it is in practice. In Moscow, there are 5 botanic gardens. No one ever turned to them and to their ideas. In saying of this idea, we can see that swamps have got stone banks like in Chernomorsk seashore, Black Sea shore. Sorry, I was overwhelmed by emotions. And you can see Echinacea grow next side by side to daisies. Next one, landscape zone called the Stepan. You can see Predonia part, for example, for steppen, for wild grasses, but there are different kinds of stepper, Volga steppen, Don stepper, and others. They're very different with different species, different types of plants. But here it's all mixed up. But what greatly surprised me and all that is the information from the official website. I quote from the official website of Zaradia Park, meadow, annual, biannual, perennial plants are grown here from different geographic zones. They are different in their peculiar characteristics and names of the grasses, which select the most comfortable climate for maturing. So it's not about ethnic culture, it's about different definitions, how grasses can possibly select the most comfortable climate for them. And then they are speaking about different types of flowers, creeping plants, and so on. It's all such a mixture, looks very unprofessional, like laymen were just writing all that on the official website of the Radio Park. It's so modeled up from Park Season site. This is the website telling about Moscow Park. Meadow is one of the greenest parts of the Radio Park, whereby botanicists created the landscape of the Russian field. Russian field is cultural agrocenosis for growing cereals or horticulture. You have to finish. No more time. I don't want to finish at a very sad note. And but this is hilarious, the way the information is presented, very unprofessional. And actually, I would like to refer to the example of a big ethno park created in 1998 close to Chinchou, small town on Chansi River. In the 30s, the old town was found there. And then wonderful ethno park was laid out there. And Chinese houses, very pretty ones, were also constructed there. But as to zoning of this park, it surprised me no end that in this park they say all the achievements of Chinese culture are represented. There are lots of school children tours divided into different schools. Medical school, Dao teacher, pupils, and curative herbs growing their medical school, diagnostics, and so on. This is a small architectural form, although it's large. Military school, and martial arts, or the art of living and waiting. 1,000 ago, by the 6th century before Christ, wonderful school of literature, because Chinese written manuscripts are the oldest in the world. The school of law and those blocks with hieroglyphs, it's concrete, it's contemporary part composition, but ancient hieroglyphs before paper was invented in 105 of our era were written on cut bamboo plates. They were fastened together and rolled up in a roll. Here it's in concrete, but all this is indicative of the fact that it's very popular. Pupils come in buses here, come in big numbers to partake of the ancient civilization, but our civilization, by the same token, has got a full wealth of different historic elements which should be introduced into our architecture and our parks as well. Thank you very much for your presentation, Anna. We get down to the next speaker. According to our agenda, it's Anna Gamorak. Biodiversity in the context of urban landscape and creation of public spaces. Floor is yours, Anna. Dear friends, I'm Anna Gamorak. I'm from Belgrade town. To recap on the previous speaker is specificity. I would like to start by saying that Belgrade is a region which is famous chalk. Belgrade means white. This is the of the citizens. It became permanent here and the way nature approaches it and gets into the heart of it. In this project, lots of local herbs, local plants typical for our Cretaceous slopes were used here. Those columns symbolize the city architecture. In the sentiment and impression of constant movement, which was slightly theatrical. like it was staged. That of cultural development youth called the schools, Staraya School City. The territory was in a dilapidated shape. It was turned into a makeshift parking lot, but we worked with great respect and loving care of nature and local flora is explicit to the passive area in the blighted area with no place to walk for local people. What went mentioning that was here and so written smooth there walk around with it. There which are not massively used sitting, but still is great structure is wonderful architecture of the downtown. Next project is the refurbishment of the square and the city garden. It's very central, most central part of Belgrade. It was a blighted area. I deliberately don't show the pictures before. I don't want to scare you. So we suggested a solution based on the archive materials. We visited Belgrade archive and we called upon local residents who like local lore and history of the city. And when we started working on it, we didn't give any name to the square, but in the past, it was called City Garden, and there were flower exhibitions held there. Families were walking around this place at the weekend, and lollipops and other sweets were sold by street pedestrians. It was a popular place that it was turned into blight area. But mindful of those interesting historic facts, we were inspired by those facts and we suggested the refurbishment of the destroyed, dilapidated and abandoned fountain which was there, and to return flowers and orchestra garden. That's the way it looks like after this refurbishment. We use all sorts of plants here. And to crowdfunding in order to grow those we called upon the local residents, and it was not about money, it was about sharing some flowers if they had plenty of their own, like iris and others. You've got only a couple minutes more to go. And on the request of the residents, because it was done in participation with citizens, local residents wanted to have a very comfortable place for walking here and children's playground. You can see so many kids are here always. And also there are different branded elements used here, and we identify and we develop identity for each site we have, and we also made those info signs about this place. Next project, Riviera Park, the abandoned marshland, and waste ground. We decided to use plants and trees so that birds could nest here and not fly away to warmer countries at winter. A local botanical garden provided us with some plants from the Red Book of Nature. And in winter, you can see those multiple colored polychromic glimpses on the snow. And this park is being developed, and there are those here as well. And another project is City Meadows. It's not finished. It's only a small chunk of it, which I show here. It's square, about 300 hectares area. We wanted to digress from those old destroyed lawns and to recultivate it. In proximity to this place, there is Belgrade State University, but this territory was looking most unattractive. Now it's all changed, and here I show you some of the pictures. All along this long part of the road, there is the pedestrian crossing and there is the tunnel. It used to be very somber, covered by Vendela graffiti and very green, but we developed a project, and Novgorod painter made a very picturesque panel with vandal coating.
Besides, there's a line that adds volume, developed the mobile application for entering the augmented reality, and the reference book on the plants shown in this picturesque panel. Thus, you can get acquainted with representatives of local flora under the project Urban Meadows. Long live diversity. People get pleasure by passing through this passage and tunnel, and you become unified with nature. So that place in our motherland became quite attractive. Thank you very much. The description of different herbaceous plants, that is a semi-bush. That's very good. We like it very much. Thank you very much.
Very impressed with this constraint. Like, it's not something I know the way this place has been before the project. I'm looking at the way it is now. It's very, very nice. Very impressive. You did very well.
Thank you.
We try to design positive emotions. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dear colleagues, we are a bit delayed, so I think we'll have some time during a lunch break for the questions. Thank you very much. Anna. Now, Abdulhafid has connected remotely. Fahimin Wafat, the role of green space in the urban design and planning of Canberra, the national capital of Australia. Now let us try to start the connection. Everything worked in the morning.
Could you see my screen? What happened? Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, we are. We
Okay.
see your screen. Yes,
Okay, good. Trying to
you
share
can
my.
start.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Fahima Mofrad. I'm a PhD candidate in landscape architecture at the University of Western Australia. I'm delighted to join this conference online to talk about Canberra's urban landscape. Today, I'm going to briefly present the roles of green space in the urban design and planning of Canberra as the national capital of Australia. So first of all, I'm wondering, when I mentioned the roles of green space, what did you think of? You probably think about some benefits such as recreation, the importance of green space for human health and well-being, or the environmental values such as water and air quality, biodiversity, and climate resiliency. They are the main benefits that are attached to green spaces. However, in the case of Canberra, it is more than this. In this city, natural landscape features have additional roles, and it symbolically defines the identity of this city as the national capital of Australia. First, let's have a quick review of the story of Canberra's creation. In 1911, the Commonwealth, the federal government of Australia, launched an international design competition, inviting expertise all around the world to design the national capital of Australia. For the design of Canberra, there was a general agreement that it should be a beautiful city and at the same time respectful to its environment. This beauty was seen as a city of, yes?
Please, I'm sorry. Please hit F5 to see the slide for all screen, widescreen.
You
we,
can
are,
see it.
we see the in another slides on the left.
Oh, sorry.
And let us know when we should change the slide, and we will do it.
Mm-hmm. So you can see that the slide is changing because I changed the slide. Can you see the slide is changing?
Slides are changing on the left.
Okay, oh, let me. Can you see it now that it is changing?
We see your presentation window with controls in a menu. Yes, maybe this could be
you can
better.
see 3 pictures in this slide.
Yes,
in 1911, the Commonwealth launched, right? Is that correct?
It's okay. Larger.
Okay. Shall I continue? So in 1911, the Commonwealth, the federal government of Australia, launched an international design competition, inviting expertise all around the world to design the national capital of Australia. For the design of Canberra, there was a general agreement that it should be a beautiful city and at the same time respectful to its environment. This beauty was seen as a city of gardens, lawns, lakes, and parks. In 1912, an American couple, Walter Burley Griffin and Marian Mahoney Griffin, won the design competition. The competition winners believed that the natural landscape can be symbolized in the national capital, besides the fact that a city in the landscape can create a healthier society. Subsequently, in 1913, Canberra was established on a treeless plain. However, the construction of this city was co-occurrence with the start of World War I in 1914, which posed economic pressure on the city's construction budget and process. And the most impressive development of the city and the construction of key features of Griffin's design, such as Lake Burley Griffin, as you can see the lake in this picture, did not happen until 1962. But interestingly, an extensive planting project was happening during that time, because planting trees was the cheapest infrastructure that could be provided in a newly established city. This afforestation project was to tackle climate issues such as intense westerly wind and soil erosion, and also to make the future city livable for people. As a result of the nature conservation and afforestation project, although Canberra is the most planned city in Australia and has a synthetic landscape, it is known as a bush capital, a garden city, and a natural capital among residents and tourists. In Canberra's design, the natural features of the site, such as topography, water body, and native plants, were carefully considered by Griffin. These three features shape the structure of Canberra's green spaces. Topography, view, and scenery were important landscape features. Canberra was carefully designed in a way to suit the amphitheater quality of its landscape setting. To highlight the importance of topography, a linear correspondence between the inner hill summits and distant mountains defined the main axis and the main urban geometry, as you can see in the diagram. Another natural feature that is given a special attention is native plants. Bush and native plants is a distinctive feature of Australia. Therefore, nature conservation and tree planting were highly valued from the very first steps. And the last main feature is the water body as a series of lakes and basins. Griffin designed a water axis and aligned it with the existing river in the site called Molonglo River. Many of the amenity land uses of Canberra are located near the water axis. Although Griffin designed the shape of the lake and basins with a formal geometry, the informal treatment of the lakes was adopted later as a suitable response to the desired park-like character, with recreational activities in the center of the city. So ultimately, all the three main natural features have shaped the green space of Canberra. Today, Canberra is well known for its generous green open spaces, and it includes almost 70% of the territory, which are classified in major open spaces and have mostly surrounded the civic areas. More than 50% of these open spaces are native grasslands and woodlands. Moreover, the planted trees, both native and exotic, are part of the city's identity and are assumed as a public utility, and people are highly engaged in tree planting, not only in their gardens, but also on the denuded hills. Lots of Western design ideas have affected Canberra's design. Australia as a new continent was a new opportunity to apply perfect lessons from the previous experience of urban planning and design, especially after Industrial Revolution. Therefore, the primary concept of Canberra's design was an imported Western people notion of good urban planning. And the most famous theories of that time was Garden City and City Beautiful. As a result, today Canberra is introduced as the largest city which is designed based on this Garden City theory. Canberra was designed as a low-density, green city of trees, tree-lined streets, parks, parkways, playgrounds, and gardens, which was opposite of the congested industrial cities of that time. The monumental federal groups and main avenues belonged to City Beautiful design. Adopting Baroque vistas to connect the Parliament House as the symbol of democracy to the civic core is an example of the City Beautiful movement influence. The difference is that the axes were defined based on the site's landscape features, not monuments. And the end of this axis, there is a landscape element such as Black Mountain or Mount Annesley. As you can see in these pictures, the main Canberra's estuaries have gracious landscape character, and the landscape qualities of many of Canberra's main avenues are the legacy of Griffin's design. Garden city theory is another influential design principle. However, the garden city principles apply to residential groups. Meanwhile, protection of natural features, integration of agricultural lands, universal access to nature reserves, and public ownership of land are true to garden city ideals as well. The image on the left side is one of the old suburbs of Canberra in 1963. And as you can see, it was laid over an environment that did not naturally support the variety of vegetation. The area had poor soil conditions and a hostile landscape. And less than 40 years later, it is a suburb full of trees. As I earlier mentioned, the construction of the significant structure of Canberra was postponed due to the lack of budget as a result of world wars. In 1964, Lake Burley Griffin was constructed, which is one of the most significant landscape elements of Canberra, and it led to defining some of the areas of the national capital as the areas with special national concern. Special national concern areas were defined as areas that should be preserved during future development. And in 1967, the Y plan for Canberra's development was adopted as a linear model with a series of towns that were linked by landscape areas and corridors. This plan was adopted to keep the hills and ridges free from future urban development. Following this, in 1977, the National Capital Open Space System was introduced as a strategy to conserve and protect the lands with national significance. National Capital Open Space System includes major natural landscape elements such as the inner hills and ridges and buffers, Lake Burley Griffin and river corridors, and the distant mountains and bushlands. Canberra's open spaces were defined as a system that shaped the form and what happened? Moreover, the open space system protects the environmental quality, water catchment, river systems, and conserves the city's ecological and heritage values. However, in the early 21st century, the pressure of urban development increased, resulting in more suburbs establishment, more greenfield development, declining green open spaces to build new suburbs, decreasing biodiversity, and a more sprawled city. Consequently, the increasing development pressure brought lots of conflicts for the urban planning of Canberra. So in 2004, in the Canberra Spatial Plan, planning for a more compact city was suggested as a beneficial approach to meet the urban growth necessity. And in 2012, it was noted in the ACT strategy planning for a sustainable city by the local government. However, both the urban sprawl and compact city strategies could critically affect Canberra's green spaces. Urban sprawl will increase the urban footprint and its following consequences, and a more infill development will decrease the area of green open spaces within the urban environment. Besides the ecological and social impacts, it will affect the symbolic values of the city as a national capital. Therefore, the challenge is
Fahime?
Yes? What happened? Can you hear me?
We have a lot of interruptions
Oh, sorry.
of your connection.
Sorry,
Could you use only voice, only your mic without presenting your slide? Maybe this way we could hear you without any interruptions.
So you couldn't hear me?
Yes, now it's clear.
Okay.
Please try to speak.
This urban development challenge has intensified the role of green infrastructure in Canberra more than any time. Canberra's living infrastructure plan, Cooling the City, was defined by the state government in 2000.
Please try to continue.
I'm speaking. You can't hear me? You can't hear me? Sorry, can you hear me?
Maybe you can turn off your presentation and we could only listen to you.
Okay.
And the sound will be clear.
Okay, so I continue without my presentation, unfortunately, because of connection problem. So I was talking about the current challenge in terms of urban planning and the roles of green space in Canberra. These urban development challenges intensify the role of green infrastructure in Canberra more than any time. Accordingly, Canberra's living infrastructure plan, including the city, was defined by the state government.
Now we are listening to you.
In 2019 to achieve a greener city with the aim of a 9% greener urban environment by 2045, including any areas covered by tree canopy or equivalent, and to reach 30% permeable surfaces within urban areas. Based on Canberra's living infrastructure plan, currently the urban environment areas covered by tree canopy are 20%, which includes about 3 meters located in public and leased lands. This 21% canopy is not distributed equally among the suburbs, and it is higher in all suburbs since they contain more mature trees. The main goal of this plan is to use the living infrastructure of Canberra and its potentials to achieve a climate-wise, prosperous, and healthy city while the city is developing. Canberra's government is responsible for the conservation and management of its green open spaces, and there is a special attention to the green open spaces in the relevant reports published by the local government and federal government agencies to increase urban resiliency. What is a challenge for Canberra's green infrastructure planning is to consider different types of green spaces, not only for ecological and social benefits, but for symbolic values and preserving its character as the national capital. So to reach these goals, we need to take a comprehensive approach, taking the ecological, symbolic, and social-cultural aspects of existing green open spaces into account.
2 minutes left.
I'm almost finished. The primary but very crucial step is to identify and classify the existing green spaces based on biophysical, design legacy, and sociocultural characteristics of the city. It makes a concrete foundation and framework to inform its future green infrastructure planning. Thank you so much for your attention, and sorry for all the interruption, the connection problem.
Thank you, Fahime. There were some interruptions, but as I know, the stream on YouTube is okay to listen to see.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Приглашаем следующего докладчика у нас в программе.
We invite next speaker. It's about Kazan city, urban aspects of a comfortable urban environment on the example of city of Kazan. It will be Daria Tolovonkova. Dear friends, good afternoon. Chief architect of Kazan city. My boss wanted me to convey warm greetings to you. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it here. So I'll tell you about what we do as urban planners, how we are moving towards comfortable city environment. As I have mentioned the other day, Kazan has got a vast background and experience in creation of spacious public spaces, gardens, squares. We create ecological territories in large dormitory districts. We lay out big city parks. In this slide, you can see Gorkin Ametin forest from the standpoint of the city and municipality. We would like to fill in on our improvements and our administrative efforts and which urban planning solutions are expedient for us to to reach that. For example, Gorkivsky and Mechevsky forests, in order to implement that, we had to recalculate all the loads from passenger car and trucks and passenger traffic flows, and to embed that into master plan, because in the old master plan, they were just 4-lane motorways identified there, and along those red lines they started cutting up plots of land and selling them for medical centers and clinics. So there were big forest massives, and in the middle it was sort of a empty space, and underneath there are different communications, thermal communications, waterworks, thermal energy communications, and electricity grids, and also there were small plots of land which were sold out, and local residents who were skiing here in the previous times, they said it was outrageous, and they sent a complaint to Tatarstan administration. Mayor of Kazan city checked out that place. He paid a visit to that place, and he agreed with skiers, said that even the future development will destroy this wonderful natural massive, and bottom line, it will deprive the local residents of their old traditions and customs. So it was necessary to recalculate traffic flows, because around there are residential houses, different utilities, warehouses, and they would be developed into residential massives. In 1970s of the last century, our urban planners had shown those red marks, so master plan was redefined, and the conclusion was that this would be motorway will not increase the throughput of that district. So we introduced changes into master plan of the city, and we abandoned those red marks, abandoned the construction of this road. Mayor of Kazan was very cooperative and very helpful, and so he was helping us every step of the way. And under the curatorship of Natalia Fishman, we designed the park, and the city administration was windowing and redefining the land plots. All the inner store, it's like backstage. It might be boring, but I tell you that because this is very important. Without that, no fancy solutions would be taken on board. We need support of city administration. We need support of urban planning community. This is Libyashi Park. It means Swan Park. This is the eco-rehabilitation of Libyashi, which means lakes. We fully reinstated the lakes. There was no water here, and we brought water back to the lakes. We recreated wetlands, ecosystems. That's the way it looks like now. Come along, pay a visit to us. We'll show you everything. There are special covers. It's not clay, it's not rubber. It's a special cover, special coating. We purchased it from Siberia. That is the forest park, Dubrava, entrance to the zone. Kaban Lake on the 30th of August, we opened up one of 12 parks. That is big strategy for Kazan River development. It's a large extreme park, and embankments are connected to the city, and we embedded this all into red line. Now they were just taken by so there were no good entrances towards waterfront, and we had to protect the zone from interventions. This is a new embankment from the concrete embankment. we made that we landscaped it because first it was just a concrete support wall. We landscaped it fully so that people might have a walk here. Before that, it was just concrete cover, getting very hot under the sunshine in summer. And here, extreme park called Uram is for young people, and behind it is Russian, German, Switzerland, ecological territory. Here is the concept of emptiness and nature. So that there is extreme park for young ones, and those territories which are for people to enjoy nature are for other kind of people, of course, and they would also find what they like there. So it's for all the tastes. That's very important. And as to the creation of this water green framework, first we started discussing typology and nuclei of this development. And at the administrative level, we started structuring good relationships with ecologists. So we did scientific research as students were participating in research as well. Then we submitted all those materials to the city administration. Amid pandemic, we figured out some important things. We discussed our best parks, and like in Moscow have got Zaradi, we marked by pink by those things we did within the last 7 years. Those parks were laid out. Pandemic showed that we can construct lots of parks and they can be beautiful, they can be cool, or they can be posh, but people will find what they like. In each master plan, there are necessary square meters per capita, and we should adhere to that. But typically, it's not where people live. Typically, it's on the rim of the city, and according to those documents and blueprints, we are referring to that percentage of greenage per capita, but it's only for people from the dorm districts, but not for those who live downtown, because it's inconvenient for those who reside in the center. It's a long distance between where they live and the park. And we develop different projects of land division. And also there is a functional framework as well, natural framework, green framework. We're working on all that. But in order to develop our green framework, we should also improve private territories, developer territories, and others. So we show subzones with 0 parameter of development, with a ban for construction to connect by low dispersed connections, the recreation areas, and pedestrian frameworks that will show how people would walk to that necessary amount of square meters of greenery per capita necessary for them. The larger the district is, more frequently people transit through this district, and there are conflicts between local residents and those aliens, strangers in inverted commas, who are just making shortcuts, passing through those improved territories. Inside those contained massive blocks. There are thermal points, thermal stations. Some are old and dilapidated, and we started selling them out. But we are selling them out for specific social functions. We conduct public hearings, and people have a final say in what would be the final function, final use of this thermal station. And sometimes in the courtyards of the residential houses, there is high filling density construction, and there might be a shop or a small grocery store constructed in the middle between the residential houses. Hence the public outcry, because people are indignant. They don't want to live next to a store because it means just the waste removal and lots of cars coming up as well. And we also discuss different things with children as well, and we talk to road cops as well, because it's important for us to figure out the routes by which school children go from the house they live to school, because sometimes it's not exactly the route which is identified by road inspection or whatever. Of course, we should retain natural territory. This is very important for us. Our mayor discussed with developers certain points, and he cleared up big part of floodplain from development, and there was the plan for functional zoning, and also there is a single a special protected territory within the concept of this rain and water framework, but we identify the city's skyline, hills, lakes, wetlands, swamps. They are as precious as forests and water. Our developers, by the same token, keep abreast of this current trend. They are thinking about landscapes and public boulevards inside. They create open public spaces inside. There are some environmental, ecological projects, and some are more urbanized. The how the courtyard residential architectural planning solutions. There could be underground parking zone, and there could be we can landscape such courtyards. We work in very good cooperation with developers, and our dream is to create 3D layout of the territories, so that to highlight all the disadvantages in the development of some of the parts of territories and courtyards. And our developers are reaching a new level now. They are well educated in all those things. And a developer commissioned a big part for Michel Pinard, the legendary legend of landscape architecture, this big park, which will be called the Star Park. And so that this project could be scaled because next to it there is a floodplain. So another developer working on this floodplain might also commission large international project. We were not the winning bidder here, but we saw the plethora of approaches. And alternatively getting ready for the next stage of the tender. Another big dream of ours is to get those approaches towards waterfront of Volga River because there are railroads here, railways here, and we should get access and construct approaches to the waterfront of the Volga River, not just Kazanka River only, because Kazan is the city on Volga. And now we are preparing a big scale project about renovation and reclamation and regeneration of a big port zone together with marinas and tourist complexes. So it's a lot of work which is ahead of us. For that, we set up the design office for the development of the city. It will be in charge of those projects and it will be engaged in making those projects and designs, working together hand in hand with the local administration. Thank you very much, Daria. I think Daria was not able to tell us absolutely everything, but I was told that on YouTube you can just get all the information. I recommend for you to get in touch with Daria while she is here to get more information. Yes, we're very glad when it's possible to interact. Turn to us. Thank you. Once again, I reiterate those interruptions of the connections which we observe here in the hall. We checked up at YouTube, everything's okay, no sound interactions, good visualization, good sound, so you can use YouTube.
Probably these are technical problems which we don't know how to solve now. The next speaker, representative of SVBGSO, Nadezhda Alivna Kerimova.
Добрый день, коллеги.
On the new opportunities for landscape architecture in the context of climate change, Northwest Russia. She will repeat the title herself. Nadezhda, could you connect?
Yes, of course. Here, are you hear me?
Да.
Добрый день.
Afternoon. We'll try to start PowerPoint presentation.
Спасибо. Я пока
Thank you.
представлюсь. Я прошу
I
прощения,
want
что
to
я говорю по-русски. Надеюсь, перевод будет сопровождать меня. И презентацию сейчас должны включить мои коллеги-организаторы. Благодарю, большое спасибо за возможность выступить на конференции. И я работаю, преподаю в архитектурно-строительном университете Санкт-Петербургском, доцент кафедры дизайна архитектурной среды. И представляю вашему вниманию свой доклад о вопросах ландшафтной архитектуры в условиях глобальных климатических изменений. Если нет возможности включить мою презентацию, я могу тогда попробовать открыть ее у себя.
Последняя версия презентации не открывается. Мы предыдущую мы можем открыть. Там, наверное, небольшие изменения у вас.
Да, небольшие.
Да.
Там мы сейчас предыдущую запустим, потому что с последней версии что-то пошло не так. Сейчас
Хорошо.
мы буквально еще пару секунд и запустим предыдущую версию. Вот.
Только если можно, переключите, пожалуйста,
Сейчас
в
мы
режим.
ее развернем во весь экран.
Да, спасибо.
Вот,
Да,
доклад.
благодарю. Да, благодарю. И можно сразу следующий слайд. Я не буду оригинальна в том, что скажу, что проблемы глобальных климатических изменений значимым образом сказываются на условиях жизни в современных городах и в ближайшее время могут оказать свое влияние. Можно следующий слайд. Значительно снижая не только уровень комфортности, но и здоровье жителей города. Да, спасибо. Так, группа экспертов по оценке состояния экосистемы, экосистемных процессов заявляют сейчас высокой степенью уверенности о повышении их рисков наводнений, засух, которые мы с вами уже испытываем на себе. Будьте добры, следующий слайд. В результате таких процессов возникают трагические социальные конфликты. В таких странах, как Амстердам, Чад, Сомали, Мали и многих других, гуманитарные кризисы часто являются следствием таких вот климатических процессов. Следующий слайд. И также проблемы глобальных климатических изменений значимо оказывают влияние на здоровье жителей городов. И вы знаете, что ландшафт очень сильно оказывает очень сильно восстанавливающий эффект. Например, теория восстановленного внимания Стефана Каплана, да, может подтвердить это огромным объемом научных данных. Следующий слайд. И стабильность экосистем лежит в основе благосостояния человека, включая охрану здоровья, безопасность, достойные социальные отношения, свободу выбора и действий. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Проблемой крупных городов и мегаполисов стало также возникновение тепловых островов. Здесь карта, например, теплового острова Москвы, который возникает в связи с сокращением площадей зеленых насаждений, увеличением запечатанных поверхностей, уплотнением городской застройки и их негативным вниманием на здоровье жителей и микроклимат. Здесь я, наверное, продолжу тему и отчасти сообщения Владимира Киселева, Лорберг, который прям наглядно нам показал, как растения влияют на нагрев поверхности в городах. Следующий слайд. Кроме того, многие из широко использующихся традиционного озеленения наших городов виды деревьев становятся все более уязвимыми именно в условиях нестандартных климатических изменений. Они становятся более уязвимыми к болезням, к вредителям, микроклиматическим и другим воздействиям. Для Санкт-Петербурга и многих других городов России актуальны проблемы, особенно с широколиственными породами, которые занимают значительную нишу в озеленении города. Следующий слайд, будьте добры. К ним относятся массовая гибель вязов в результате голландской болезни. Можно следующий слайд? Ага, вот этот вот. Обширные повреждения ясеневой златкой ясеней, потеря декоративности... О, нет, можно на предыдущий вернуться. Потеря декоративности каштана конского обыкновенного из-за поражения каштановой минирующей молью, усыхание клен липы. Можно предыдущий слайд пока? Предыдущий. И проблемы с липами, елями и в центре города в результате высоких температур летних, загрязнения воздуха и почв. Таким образом, если температура воздуха в среднем в ближайшие десятилетия будет возрастать, и жаркие и засушливые периоды будут повторяться и увеличиваться, каким может быть ответ на эти изменения в области деятельности ландшафтной архитектуры и дизайна городской среды? И как именно можно реагировать, чтобы оказать посильное нивелирующее влияние на эти процессы? Насколько я знаю, следующий слайд, будьте добры, многие страны сейчас занимаются, многие профессионалы нашей области в различных странах, к ним относятся и Лондон, и Берлин, многие питомники создают как бы перспективные ассортиментные линейки для тех растений, деревьев, кустарников, которые будут более, скажем, устойчивы в условиях этих изменений. И в этих условиях рекомендуется, следующий слайд, будьте добры, изучение экологии различных экотипов местных видов с точки зрения использования их на урбанизированных территориях, которые позволят ответить на вопрос, какие именно виды, какие именно экотипы местных деревьев будут более устойчивы в новых условиях. и какие из них наиболее экологически гибкие, какие смогут выживать в условиях временного или длительного дефицита влаги, в условиях временного затопления или повышения уровня или понижения уровня грунтовых вод, и также в условии часто возникающих штормовых ветров, например. Следующий слайд, будьте добры. И надо сказать, что местные природные растения, да, местные виды деревьев не только выполняют важнейшую роль в улучшении комфорта городской среды, но также их роль очень важна в экосистемных процессах. И эти виды часто обладают широкой линейкой экотипов, которые приспособлены к очень разным условиям. Так, в условиях Санкт-Петербурга перспективными могут стать различные экотипы рябины обыкновенной, березы повислой, ивы козьи, тополя дрожащего. Следующий слайд, будьте добры. Некоторые исследователи отмечают феноменальную засухоустойчивость многих видов ив, серой, козьей и астролистной, а также тот факт, например, что ива козья в различных условиях влагообеспечения образует различные жизненные формы одноствольного и многоствольного дерева в зависимости от условий произрастания. Следующий слайд, будьте добры. Для березы повислой более устойчивыми и жизнеспособными оказались, по данным исследователей, высокополнотные березовые насаждения в полосах, аллеях и группах деревьев в городской среде с полнотой 0,7-0,8 при условии подлеска из кустарников, например, из ирги канадской. Будьте добры, следующий слайд. Можно следующий слайд, коллеги? Коллеги, можно следующий? Переключите, пожалуйста, на следующий. Меня слышно, простите? Ага, вот, и благодарю. Да, да, спасибо. И, ой, а можно на предыдущий, просто слайды важны? Предыдущий, пожалуйста. По осине, который. Предыдущий слайд, будьте добры, с осиной. Ага, нет, предыдущий.
Это была Бетула. Это...
Вот, да, вот осина. Нет, про березу мы уже сказали, теперь следующая осина. Да, спасибо. И зеленокорые формы осины, о которых тоже упоминают несколько исследований, и особенно исполинская форма осины с триплоидным набором хромосом отмечают как достаточно засухоустойчивые, ветроустойчивые, устойчивые к затоплению до 30-40 суток. И характерное дрожание листьев осины при слабом ветре является следствием их приспособленности к сильным ветрам. Следующий слайд, будьте добры. В существующих условиях снижения биоразнообразия в городах очень важным становится использование местных видов растений, которые находятся в тесной связи с другими участниками экосистемных процессов. И можно предположить, что при разработке ассортимента нужно искать наиболее устойчивые экотипы местных видов или использовать растения из региональной флоры, а также искать то, какие виды экотипы близкие к местным смогут принести нужную генетику, то есть устойчивость к засухам, штормовым ветрам и затоплению. И кроме того, следующий слайд, будьте добры, важным становится использование правильных типов насаждений, которые будут более устойчивы в условиях изменения климата. Например, древесные массивы более высокой плотности, вертикальной и горизонтальной сомкнутости, многоярусные посадки, высокотравные луговые газоны. Изучение и разработка, кардинальные изменения подходов к выбору ассортимента и проектирование зеленых насаждений в городах и в зеленых зонах, окружающих города, становится первоочередной задачей в ландшафтной архитектуре. И на этом я благодарю вас за внимание. Это все, что я хотела сказать сегодня. Спасибо еще раз за возможность выступить.
Спасибо. Надежда Леонидовна, ровно 15 минут мы уложились. И теперь серьезная задача на Бориса Михайловича возлагается. Загружается презентация. Тема «Парк стадиона Краснодар. Современная интерпретация классических».
The park of the stadium, modern interpretation of classical garden traditions.
Почти все готово.
Дорогие коллеги, пока загружается, вот уже загрузилось.
Dear colleagues, the presentation is there.
Я здесь не совсем по праву.
I'm not dealing with practice, but I'm dealing with history of garden art and landscape architecture. I have been doing it for 30 years. I have visited the countries, or probably more, and I'm teaching this subject at Russian State Humanitarian University. When I first saw the pictures in the internet and read some vague information about the park of football stadium in Krasnodar, I didn't believe it. When people started bringing different pictures, I thought this is Photoshop. When it survived during 2 winters, I decided to visit it. In 2020, I visited twice. That is a unique situation that I would like to show against the historical background. If we start with history, this is a sports area. First, the stadium was built to the design of the German BMP company, and then probably there are more authors that the park is 22 hectares. Commonly, the parks were linear, like Gorky Park. It was a sports park. Or such square or linear park as the recently reconstructed park of the Himki river station. It is even more linear with a lot of complicated basket. Alexander Sergeyevich Nikovsky wanted to make the Primorsk Victory Park, and you know that almost nothing has left of it, while it still has the protection status. I'm showing the stadium, which I think you will like. This is postmodernism, a geometrical area, a park of 300th anniversary of St. Petersburg. It is on the plain when there is a curving alley that doesn't look bad. I have also seen it. As for the attempts to make more modern the garden art, that is gorgeous, the best attempt is the park of Agazovsky Sanatorium or Partenit or Paradise Park, and you have to pay 1,200 rubles to enter the park. This is the work of our colleague Aninkov, and it is an interesting work, for instance, as powerful waterfalls in the Japanese style, but it is just commonplace. And when you look at the photos afterwards, you really notice it. It is similar to Tsaripina of Morin, just when the first plantation was made. No, it is much better. And Mrs. Collis made it not necessary to speak about highlight. I was in highlight and saw that wonderful fine tour. It has nothing to do with what was offered in the design assignment, and the Americans insisted to build as it is, and roads should be 4 times wider. That could be even worse and more strange if it was designed to a certain group, but that seems strange, and the picture doesn't comply to reality. Very interesting, the sports park in Munich, built to the Olympic Games in 1972. There are intricate forms of water, ponds, grotesque landscape, and hills as well. But the idea of the landscape park and vertical zoning is present there. One of the greatest examples of the parks that is very small and private, that were the sources of inspiration for the authors of the project, is the set of cosmic thinking of Charles Jens. I visited it when Jenks was alive, but he was not here in that Scottish park. These are his strange but attractive postmodernism objects that are related with landscape art. These are landforms. And the brightest landscape part, you can see that this is a landscape park of the 18th century that is near light and something that is rejuvenated altogether. The practical outcome of the of the mind, the fix into the sky in Northumberland that embodies Northumberland. Also, Jenks created it. That's its scheme. Krasnodar is a city which is not picturesque. That village that increased, there are a lot of point skyscrapers that do not look well in the primitive urban gardens.
Here is one of those with broken down theater, and that is the city square, very long street, and there will be a drama theater, which you don't see it here, but it's in proximity to what I've shown you. You've got only another 5 minutes, 5 more minutes to go. And here is also the notorious example from that region, sort of axed view of the park, Olympic Park, Sergei Galitsky, Krasnodarsk region, born and raised. He became very rich, he was thriving, and he thought back to the years back when he was a boy, he was keen on playing football. So he decided to have the stadium constructed, the stadium park constructed. That was the portfolio of the initial project. Reminiscent of the chance. Here is the reality of that. You can see, number one, the concept is about those winding and circular forms, fantastically lit up, thoroughly developed one by another, planning and layout, broad ways, broad roads turning into winding just walking aisles, volumes and spaces are developed in a very sophisticated way, and that is the reality. The bridge, the pandas, geoplastics, split mountain, and amazing work with containers and everything, which contains the trees, benches, and here it's driven deep down into the ground. That is the pediment of the street lamp. And here is the interface between the sports grounds and the park, plastics of cylindrical trees, rock area, and all of those things, all European trees from European plant nurseries. And they turned out into a powerful park, very sophisticated and subtle work with water, very light one, or playful children like it. Dental part of this park, water cup, and lots of small tricks like children's water area. As to the boundaries and zones, here they are sophisticated in a very subtle, explicit, and very intimate, and it's a huge field of sound. It's identified but not isolated and contained. Very rich materials of the texture of the factories, travertine from Italy, ceramics, metal, and other things. Very interesting and diverse. He's playing around low and high forms and shapes, a circle in a circle, and strings of water, strings of steel, split mounting, mirror mounting, different textures, interesting lighting, and see what they did. Highlighted artificial lavender, and that's what they did in November with most heat-loving plants. The big transparent covers, which are very spectacular on their own account. 2 pieces of art made by Krasnodarsk painters. One is a huge landmark, and another one a huge parable about training computer games, very grim and somber, and they are displayed here at the Manege exhibition hall in St. Petersburg. They're called the Recycle Group. Which allusions do I have? What crosses my mind as a historian? This is reminiscent of French regular park or French rotondo, some Japanese, some Italian implications, or England with its straight and curved lanes and some baskets and garden theater. And this is reminiscent of a ballroom, the Versailles, and even subtle and sophisticated cultural water jets, which is reminiscent of the Eastern countries. Junks as the source of inspiration at the end of the day is only about 5%. I saw it in several ensembles of junks. No similarity, no affinity with that. So my conclusions at the end of the day, number one, it's sports park following European traditions and outstripping its function. Some say it's a German park, but Germany doesn't have such parks. There are no parks like that elsewhere, period. Secondly, a powerful plastic concept, amphitheater and spiral as the basis for the plan the layout. Then broad roads around the stadium. Fourthly, the system of the roads and planning for art is the refrain of the park, different heights and different shapes. On top of that, these are 2 pieces of art and lots of allusions reminiscent of classical garden forms and contemporary garden art. And what is the fare to get inside the park? 0. Because there is no fence, it's not contained, period. And just the admiration of that great work protects this park from vandalism. I talked to taxi drivers. They don't know what Krasnodar Park means. They call it Galitsky Park. That is the name of the author. That's what we have. Thank you. Thank you. 2 minutes are left for questions. 2 minutes. Famous park. I guess some have questions about it. Stadium Park, Krasnodar. No questions. Thank you so much, Boris. I think that on the sidelines of the conference, you'll be approached by people. Now we go for lunch, but we should reconvene 2:25, 25 minutes past 2 to catch up with agenda.
Так вот, включила микрофон. Здравствуйте. Раз. Как меня слышно? Нужно ли все-таки включать демонстрацию экрана с презентацией или демонстрировать будете вы на своем экране? Да, можете, конечно, звоните.
Все хорошо. Вот сейчас без видео, с включенным микрофоном, сейчас с вами разговариваю. Как вы меня слышите? Отлично. Я не смогу, да, демонстрировать экран. Лучше вы будете мою презентацию демонстрировать. Правильно я понимаю? Хорошо. Да, все, я вас услышала. Мгм. В 14:25. Все по времени, да? Плюс. Все, хорошо, буду ждать. А у меня что, у меня появится от вас сообщение или что? Или приглашение какое-то? Или мне просто держать включенным? Мгм. Хорошо, спасибо, поняла. Все, до свидания. Да, хорошо.
Я включу. Меня... О, прекрасно, меня слышно.
Distinguished participants, we invite you here because we continue our conference. There will be 2 more sessions. So please be seated here. Dear participants, do come up here and take your seats because we are already behind the schedule.
Он здесь, вот он здесь, вот он, все работает. Да, 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 да. Где? Ноутбук? Ага. Проверьте.
There is a laptop in a black bag left in the dining station. Somebody must have left it behind, maybe someone of the speakers. So it's second session, environmental aspects of creating a comfortable urban environment. Alexei Sayanov will be the first. Landscape ecological approach for sustainable urban development. I'm president of the event. I'm the chair of national environmental engineer of the university, and we have got the association of landscape engineers. I'll mention that as well. Our association, which is called the Guild of who are thinking a lot education activities, surveys, design experts are doing all design of landscape projects, and you can see some online lectures, examples of them, which we did. I mean, the urban ecology and scientific ideas and implementing them into practice. We also do the publishing last year on this year. So we're going to publish the glossary water green infrastructure, which encompasses more than 280 terms we compiled from specialized literature related to the creation of water green urban ecological framework. I'll be glad to get feedback from you because it's a very interesting work. Getting down to the subject matter of my presentation, I might mention that in our work, like all the contemporary designers, we are based on the concept of UN Sustainable Development, UN SDGs, identified for the mankind for that period, and we take on board best practices around the world on designing landscapes. So we have got green certificates on BREEAM, English one, and Elite, it's American standard. I'll mention them later on in my presentation, the way we can interpret those developments which are available in advanced countries, let's put it that way, for our reality. We take it, the sustainable development is means that those solutions do not impact adversely the environment. And there are important paradigms for the development of landscapes. It's the low impact design concept, and also sustainable urban drainage system. It's such a sustainable urban drainage systems, and also it's about restoration of biodiversity in the city. This is highly topical and very important. In the process of our practice and scientific and academic activities, we develop landscape approach towards designing, which includes several stages. Here we can underscore major blocks of work related to pre-FEED studies, which includes the studies of landscape structure, analysis of cultural landscape, modeling and simulation of microclimate of the territory, system for sustainable drainage system, SADs, and different ecosystemic types, its soil and so on, landscape engineering guidelines, and different components of landscape, soil, drainage, vegetation, on the basis of all those stages, we form a list of recommendations and guidelines and prompts for landscape engineers, which could be the basis for terms of reference development at a later stage. And also the subsequent system of monitoring of the sites. There are some developments towards this end as well. On the whole, mindful of those sequences, we might identify those for major units or bullet points. These blocks are not mandatory, but they're most desirable when we're about to create sites in a comprehensive way. First, it's also the analysis and assessment of physical and geographical conditions, simulations of microclimate, landscape engineering solutions and guidelines and recommendations on gardening, on improvements and landscaping. First block of actions is very close to our hearts as professionals. Definition of landscape structure is geomorphology, vegetation, hydrometeorological, hydrogeological conditions, and so on. They identify the structure of the would-be landscape site, which would be adjusted and adapted towards this already existing landscape structure. Provided we have of natural environment, we should see some values, the background and the restoration of flora and fauna, survey of the soils.
And creation of artificial substrates or soil grounds that can be used in the controlled areas. That is a large section of investigations. Additionally, we can assess water quality if there are water bodies and assess air quality based on monitoring data or citizens science monitoring. That is civil science, so that is voluntary. Several examples showing how the investigations look. You can see the embankment in Kaluga. There was a task to work on the coastal zone in terms of development, and we analyzed the initial conditions on geomorphology and geology, which further are strongly affecting the development conditions of the area. That protrusion in the historical map corresponds to the digital model of topography, and that also shows the historical geomorphological structure. We use quite actively unmanned aerial vehicles. We create the digital models of the topography. It is not always possible to get actual information if you have a survey over the territory of more than 200, 400 hectares. The analysis of UAV green structure, mapping of vegetation, digitization, setting up the database on the vegetation, and the survey of plants and trees based on topological characteristics. Soil and ecological studies can also be carried out using different procedures. You can take samples or scan the soil, so we can compile a pattern as to what is happening at the moment in the area, what improvement is needed, and what preservation is needed. A lot of objects nowadays are studied near water areas, water bodies, and the topicality of coastline analysis and the structure and the steepness of the escarpments is one of the parameters that further will be the basis of design solutions. So we have the work to strengthen the coast, and we develop technical assignments for hydro technical structures and give a primary analysis of the structure, the assessment of levels of water for water reservoirs, rivers, determination of flooding zones of the area, speed and height of the waves, as was mentioned yesterday, that the object was removed by the wave, but that really could be calculated in advance. Microclimatic modeling and compilation of a more integrated pattern based on the existing concept of development of the area is an integrated analysis taking into account insulation, wind regimes, and we can distinguish hazardous wind effects, zones of overheating, and proceeding from the conceptual proposals on improvement of the area. It is analyzed how the territory would feel in future, and there might be approaches on different scale. We can analyze single buildings, how they feel in the construction area. We can model the entire blocks of residential urban construction and discuss microclimatic processes. These are the examples of effect during construction of high-rise buildings. And if time allows, I will show our design. You can clearly see the example, comparative example for microclimatic modeling of a residential complex. Is without greenery. The second one would take a block. Section on discharge of stormwater. For us, it is an important theme because scenario of the facility, the flooding water territory bisector, and using this data we can model and propose the optimum decision for blue-green elements. This is a list of the solutions of the elements of the blue-green framework that can operate for our benefit. These are biochannels, systems of water collection, storm and rain gardens, artificial box, water permeable pavement, and thus we control surface runoff. Essentially, creation of blue-green infrastructure allows solving not only problems with underflooding of the area, but creating a more favorable environment for the city, higher biodiversity, and groundwater recharge with this water. In fact, we think that approach will solve a lot of tasks. I will discuss it at the 136 millimeters of precipitation 2 days was catastrophic for Moscow, and this year, practically in 1 year, during 1 hour, the rainfall was 43 millimeters. There was a significant flooding of the streets, and these two events have the reiteration coefficient once in 100 years. That doesn't mean that the events that are reiterated once a year would happen once a year. They might also happen each year. The same situation is in St. Petersburg. I had contacts with local water canal. They also complained that there were tropical storms or rainfall, as they call it, quite frequent as well. Essentially, these are the consequences of global climate change that in context, but since in our city we have an effect of acute heat, these well, more frequently, 2 minutes, I have just started. Dreams, interpretation of which we have to understand how they would behave. That is 100 years of 500-year rain, assessment of the runoff basin, analysis of the volume of runoff for different areas. We model jointly with the stormwater sewage system how we could integrate green decisions into that gray or classical stormwater discharge system. Just a few words about ecosystem approach. Unfortunately, I don't have much time. Eventually, all these services, which I have mentioned, is called ecosystem services, and the calculation procedure that makes it possible to find common language together with other participants of the process. And the methodology of calculation is available in Russia based on trees, soils. We have approved data jointly with Smart Nature laboratory. We're doing, for instance, we have gauges, 3 talkers that allow analyzing the benefits in terms of monetization that we might have created by the trees or other components of the natural environment. And in fact, this approach allows calculating in great detail the value of green areas in terms of finance, not only psychology of environmental protection. Thus, there is an example. We had Eco Hackathon when we took one of the projects in the city and we calculated its ecosystem services entirely. It can be downloaded from our site with detailed data. If you are interested, you can do it. And example, thank you very much. The question, a very quick question. Kovalevsky. The Russian Geographic Society, the Union of Natural Historians, landscape designer, construction, hydromelioration. You don't need a coloristic. All the plants will be green. Residential construction amelioration. You don't have to invent anything. Everything new is a well-forgotten past. As far as I understand, your customers are developers and authorities, architects in the city. Do the developers offer after you, of course, we give recommendations and the expert opinion, but if the architect is on our side, we'll be able to convince him. There are some questions of benefits, of course. You have to find the compromise. We work in Kaluga now, and probably will attain that compromise. Do you have to customers in Moscow or across Russia? Across Russia. That is Ekaterinburg, Tyumen, Novosibirsk, St. Petersburg, Kaluga. A very important example. Can you give very important example, for instance, for Moscow, St. Petersburg? In Ekaterinburg, we work with Brusnica at their facilities. They are really great. And they really take account of environmental protection in Brazil area, and I hope that will work there in St. Petersburg. And in St. Petersburg, if it has already been done, in St. Petersburg, we don't have specific results. Thank you. That's all. Thank you very much. I think we'll pass on to the next presentation, Vladimir Chernyavsky. Selection and seed production of herbs for green construction, for green building. You have 15 minutes. It can be even quicker. Dear colleagues, allow me to introduce myself. I represent the Federal Center named after Vilnius for the production and ecology. My main core activity was focused in Belgrade. I'm the chief researcher of Belgrade Botanical Gardens and professor of the geobiology of Belarus University. Now, I am a newcomer to Moscow, and my research is mainly covering Belgrade region. And it is clear that I am not going to discuss landscapes. I will speak about the main subject of landscape design, the plants, and our breeding is based on the following statements. And no, water will become more and more the price of design, landscape design will increase. You to engage in breeding for pigs have already gone to breeding. Urban landscapes are based on requirements, temperature, insulations, a lot of reflected light, and physiological dryness of soils. I'm not speaking about physiological dryness, for instance, of soils in Moscow, for instance, on the area of plot of Zil, and high waste in building materials, carbonates, and related different silicates related with construction activities. Thus, breeding operations targeted at developing specialized breeds differs slightly from that related with agriculture crops, but it is quite said that the Russian Federation it is better for production, it's good for landscape design. It is more resistant to diseases, to insects and other things. And since I'm from Belgrade, I understand that the middle Russia and the south of the Russian upland is a typical landscape that makes it similar in principle to the alpine landscapes and mountainous landscapes, and due to the substrate with high indicators that I already mentioned, it makes the vegetation growing under these conditions specific. They are most available for green construction. Probably you'll correct me, but I'm speaking about green construction using that old term and the potential that is interesting. In principle, that is a great diversity which we can use both in individual plantations and also when we create green lawns for different purposes of agricultural plants and the 3 herbs. These are herbs for the green lawn. These are the 5 different species, including clover and herb mixtures, a variation of these 5 species, the plants for creating flower beds and flowering in areas such as mountain and roadsides. A special breeding of green lawn herbs is carried out. We have different herbs, and the main types of breeding work is associated with the importance for landscape design and for creation of decorational green lawns, but of no further value. And the second important task is seed production, to increase seed production of herbs in order to make the process cheaper. We understand that this is big money, and for green lawn herbs, seed production results in lower prices and business for breeding activities. The second work that is what has already been done. The title of the all out with breeding as fundamental applied science. And to tell you how smart we are in breeding, this is not so important without industrial seed production, which exists in Belgorod regions. These are seedling nurseries of Novoskol company, and seed production should be located in zones
which should be in close proximity where the seeds would be used. In this particular case, I refer to southernmost part of Russia. Of course, it's possible to use Dutch grass mixes in St. Petersburg, but it's challenging to do even in Belgrade or in Kursk for that matter. There are 2 crops here, 14 hectares of Celia, Danocephalic and birth. Like to protect by patent our know-how and our works on those crops and selection of new species for creation of those produce. And I myself and my wife and my postgraduates are engaged in that work. As for the nearest future, we are thinking about Echinops, Retroechinops, Spherocephalus. Echinops, Retro has got a white coloring, and also Echinops, another type you can see it. And next group will be Salvia Tesniquila and Salvia nutans, different shades of color, and we're developing technologies. Also, we're working with the Salvia nutans, which is analogous to other types of Salvia we have been using, but for dry landscape, and it's rather challenging to use it. In Belarus, we were having those discussions, and Anna Vladimir on the wall that the will increase threefold or fivefold in the nearest future. A wonderful plant, Hydosarum grandiflorium. It's in the red book of environmental ecological plant, different options for different types of landscapes. First off, it's related to multi-yearly flower mounds. Tulipa bibersteiniana, Tulipa patterns. Those who visited our notorious park, Zaradia, sadly famous, I would say. There are some forms like that with very big flowers and steppen type of those flowers. They are triploids, and we are developing this technology, and it's analog but more Eastern word. It's the tulip pattern, same in ecology, but it has got purple color. Wonderful plant. You can see it here, Crocus reticulatus. It's a steppen plant. White forms. There are some albinos and dark blue and navy blue. And here are wonderful picture plants for our State Review Commission. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. That was very interesting and highly saturated with information. Are there any questions from the floor? Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, very interesting presentation, and we're getting down to next one.
Екатерину Кутьеву. Мониторинг и развитие орнитофауны в ЦПКО имени Горького.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги.
Здравствуйте, мы вас слышим.
Хорошо, отлично. Хотела вам рассказать о проекте, который мы запустили в нашем парке этой весной. У него такое романтичное название «Крылатые соседи». На самом деле это очень серьезный для нас проект по мониторингу и развитию орнитофауны на парковой территории Центрального парка культуры и отдыха города Москвы. Для нас... Можно первый слайд? Переключите, пожалуйста. Ага, спасибо. Да, вот это. Целью своего проекта мы ставили защитить птиц, проживающих на нашей территории, запустить мониторинг их численности, посмотреть, какое есть у нас видовое разнообразие, улучшить их среду обитания, создать комфортную среду для гнездования птиц и по возможности увеличить популяцию. В наш центральный парк входит не только сам партерная часть, но у нас еще и нескучный сад, и Воробьевы горы, и музеон. Данный проект мы запустили в основном пока в двух частях парка. Это в партере и нескучном саду. В дальнейшем надеемся подключить туда и другие части нашего парка. В рамках нашего проекта мы активно ведем просветительскую деятельность, подключаем к нему посетителей нашего парка. Можно следующий слайд? Ведем орнитологические экскурсии, прогулки на территории парка с бёрдвотчерами, делаем публикации. Профессиональный орнитолог проводит оценку видового разнообразия птиц, проживающих на территории парка. И также ведем работу по выявлению мест гнездования птиц, чтобы предотвратить их беспокойство нашей хозяйственной деятельностью. Мониторинг показал, что на территории нашего парка обитает довольно большое количество птиц. Мы предварительно, когда затевали проект, думали, что будет где-то 5 видов. Оказалось, их гораздо больше. В партерной части парка в связи с большой фрагментацией естественных мест обитания плотность гнездования птиц гораздо ниже. Зато здесь чаще встречаются виды, привязанные к более открытым ландшафтам, такие как камышовки, водоплавающие птицы, кряквы, хохлатая чернядь. На территории нескучного сада у нас обитают лесные птицы, славки-черноголовки, зеленые пеночки, зеленые переснежки. Вот эти карты, которые вы сейчас видите у себя на экране, это материалы, которые мы подготовили по результатам своего мониторинга. Все данные о птицах, проживающих на парковой территории, Мы картировали, нанесли на планы, которые у нас есть в реестре зеленых насаждений, и этими картами мы активно пользуемся в своей хозяйственной деятельности. Так, если нам, например, удалось в этом году обнаружить гнездо с только что вылупившимися птенцами соловьев и принять меры для его охраны. То есть соловей загнездился в одном из наших цветников, и когда там вывелись птенцы, можно следующий слайд? Переключите, пожалуйста. И когда в этом гнезде вывелись птенцы, нами были приостановлены работы по прополке клумб, по покосу, дабы избежать шума. В гнезде
Посмотрите,
вывелось,
пожалуйста, мы переключили.
вы переключили сильно назад, пожалуйста, чуть-чуть. Там гнездо такое с выводком птенцов.
Еще следующий.
Еще назад.
У нас на экране птенец. Гнездо только
отлично.
с
Всё,
вылупившимися птенцами.
Все, то, что нужно, да. Гнездо – это то, что нужно. В одном из наших цветников нам удалось обнаружить вот это вот самое гнездо с вылупившимися птенцами. Мы сообщили об этом в нашу хозяйственную службу. И на время, пока родители выкармливали этих птенцов, парковыми службами были прекращены все хозяйственные работы непосредственно на этом цветнике, а также на прилегающих газонах. В результате, к моменту, когда птенцы должны были вылететь из гнезда и докармливались родителями уже вне его, мы, так сказать, сохранили всех 4 птенцов, они все благополучно выкормились и вылетели из гнезда. Но была и другая история на территории парка. Так мы смогли наблюдать довольно редкое явление, когда взрослый соловей, ну, скорее всего, это была самка, активно выкармливал не своих, а чужих слетков, дрозда-рябинника, наравне с его настоящими родителями, но, естественно, только более мелким кормом. Это поведение мы связываем с тем, что, возможно, у него погибли свои птенцы, и в результате чего родительское внимание было переключено на птенцов другого вида. То есть такая вот достаточно трагическая история произошла. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Мы активно взаимодействуем с нашими посетителями. Когда пришло время учитывать наших птенцов, мы разместили информацию об этом в социальных сетях, что мы ведем учет выкармливающих соловьев, и их можно обнаружить по специфическим крикам. Крики мы тоже записали. Попросили наших посетителей по возможности провести мониторинг и отметить на Google картах эти места этих криков, где они их могли услышать на территории парка, и отправить нам на почту. Таким образом, нам удалось собрать очень полную информацию и опять-таки ее закартировать, и мы для себя выяснили практически все семейные пары соловьев, которые у нас загнездились и успешно вывели птенцов. Также хочу сказать, что в нашем парке очень старая традиция именно дружбы с птицами. Первый праздник, Международный день птиц, в Москве был проведен на Воробьевых горах. Одним из его участников был Владимир Маяковский. Именно тогда он написал знаменитое четверостишее «Мы ждем вас, товарищ птица, отчего же вам не летится?». Своих посетителей мы тоже активно привлекаем разными мероприятиями. Весной мы проводили Международный день птиц, осенью мы также планируем провести день встречи зимующих птиц и активно взаимодействовать в дальнейшем, чтобы обратить внимание посетителей парка на птиц, обитающих на территории парка, и более бережное к ним отношение. Помимо охраны существующих мест гнездовий и птиц а также охраны существующих биотопов, подходящих для существования птиц, парк занимается созданием новых локаций, которые могут потенциально быть привлекательны как для гнездования, так и для поиска пищи. Мы создаем и поддерживаем клумбы с сложноцветными растениями, несущими не только декоративное, но и кормовое значение. Эти растения, они привлекают своими семенами зерноядных птиц, зеленушек, чижей, щеглов, ну и других. Из-за нехватки старых трухлявых деревьев с дуплами у нас есть определенный дефицит мест, пригодных для размножения птиц-дуплогнездников. Для них мы разместили на территории парка более 100 скворечников и дуплянок в весенний период. В осенний период планируем разместить еще столько же. Заселяемость этих скворечников мы проверяли визуально мониторингом еженедельным орнитолога и с помощью фотоловушек. На фотоловушке попадались такие интересные довольно истории. То есть нам, например, удалось зафиксировать несколько таких конфликтных ситуаций, когда на одну и ту же дуплянку претендует несколько разных видов птиц. Допустим, в один синичник пытались заселиться сначала пара больших синиц, потом пара лазаревок, потом туда прибежала белка, которая пыталась активно внедриться в это гнездовье искусственное. И это на самом деле большая проблема, потому что белки, они конкурируют с птицами за среду обитания, и многие в городе уже пытаются решать по-разному эту проблему. Допустим, как-то модернизируя искусственные гнездовья, чтобы белка не смогла их разбрить, проникнуть внутрь и съесть кладку птиц. Следующий слайд. Также парк планирует осенью развесить новые жилища и дуплянки, и кормушки. Проблема в том, что, например, городские синантропные виды птиц очень конкурируют с воробьинообразными. Мы сами пытаемся разрабатывать новые форматы кормушек, дабы синантропы не могли в них проникать, но при этом воробьинообразным вполне был бы там доступен корм. Ну и, соответственно, хотим разместить скворечники и синичники, в которых бы могли зимовать птицы. Проект наш получил развитие. Мы пытаемся активно взаимодействовать с зоопарком. В искусственных гнездовьях нуждаются не только птицы, но и летучие мыши. Следующий слайд. Для колоний летучих мышей тоже можно устраивать гнездовья искусственные и размещать их вдоль водоемов, где бы они могли также и зимовать, и воспроизводить свое потомство. Также на территории будут размещены инсектарии для зимовки насекомых. На слайде сейчас наша идентика нашего проекта. Это мерч, который мы использовали для пиара проекта. Он имел огромный успех, у нас практически ничего не осталось, но думаю, что сейчас к зимнему празднику мы также произведем какое-то количество мерча. Это имеет определенный успех у наших посетителей, и мы таким образом продвигаем этот свой проект среди посетителей. Ось про наши осенние планы я вам уже рассказала. Наверное, последнее, что хотела бы сказать, это у нас есть такой проект, как кормушка с веб-камерой, который мы очень хотим осуществить. Мы уже в этом направлении работаем, сотрудничаем активно с МГТУ имени Баумана. Они нам уже разработали подобный комплект, как скворечник с веб-камерой, а вот к осени планируем сделать кормушку с веб-камерой, чтобы выгружать оттуда данные, и можно было бы смотреть на поведение птиц, а также вести онлайн-трансляции, которые могли бы быть интересны нашим посетителям. Ну, собственно, на этом все, что я хотела вам сказать. Спасибо за внимание.
Мы просто рассказали очень богато обитает в вашем парке, о том, как вы за ними следите и помогаете им существовать. Но мы двигаемся дальше. Дальше у нас опять-таки доклад удаленный. И приглашается Юлия Граница.
Да, я здесь.
Внедрение национальной символики в проектные решения бульвара Чевайна.
Добрый день, как меня слышно?
Здравствуйте, мы вас слышим.
Спасибо. Если можно,
презентацию,
да, загрузите, пожалуйста.
Она уже выведена, я так понимаю, ваша презентация?
Пока не вижу. Вот, спасибо. Всем доброго дня. Я заведующий кафедрой садово-паркового строительства, ботаники и дендрологии Поволжского государственного технологического университета. Тема, о которой я хотела сегодня рассказать, это внедрение национальной символики в проектные решения бульвара Чевайна в городе Ишкар-Оле. Мне хотелось бы начать свой доклад с такой фразы, как говорят на моей родине «салам лиже», то есть всем здоровья и добра. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Сегодня мне бы хотелось рассказать вам про нее, про Республику Мариэл. В переводе с марийского языка это обозначает Марийский край. Республика относится к Приволжскому федеральному округу. Это настоящий многонациональный речной и лесной край. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Марийцы – это финно-угорский народ. Сегодня марийцев называют последними язычниками Европы. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Столица республики Ишкар-Ола в переводе с марийского языка обозначает «красный город». Основан город в 1584 году на реке Кокшайки. Сейчас это Малая Кокшага. Население города около 285 тысяч человек. Следующий слайд. Цели работы. Мы хотели разработать вариантный поиск проектных решений бульвара Чевайна, используя современное развитие и национальный колорит территории. Задача – изучить историю создания бульвара, осуществить вариантный поиск и разработать эскизный проект нового цветочного оформления. Пожалуйста. Следующий слайд. История любого города начинается с истории улиц. В названии улиц Ишкар-Олы увековечена память о великих людях России. Следующий слайд. Бульвар Чевайна находится в центральной части города, носит имя основоположника и родоначальника марийской художественной культуры Сергея Григорьевича Григорьева Чевайна. Чевайна – это псевдоним Сергея Григорьевича. Он был марийским поэтом и драматургом, автор стихов, рассказов, повестей, пьес, многочисленных переводов на русской классики. Произведения Чевайна переведены на языки народов России. Следующий слайд. Пешеходный бульвар имени Чевайна заложен в 60-е годы XX века. Общая протяженность около 4 километров. Начинался он с нескольких сталинских домов, стоявших на значительном расстоянии друг от друга. Он стал одним из любимых мест. Здесь назначали свидания, здесь вечерами гуляли семейные пары. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Дом быта с фотосалоном, обувная, часовая мастерская, рядом точки общественного питания и памятник Чевайна. Следующий слайд. Сегодня бульвар не потерял своего былого назначения, по-прежнему притягивает горожан доступным многофункциональным отдыхом. Торговые точки общепита, сувенирные лавки, цветочные салоны внедрены в структуру благоустроенного пространства, пространства, насыщенного фонтанами. Следующий слайд. Модернизируется застройка, но сохраняется общий малоэтажный характер. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. При анализе пространства учтены характер потоков посетителей, назначение, точки притяжения, удовлетворенность пространства. Следующий, пожалуйста. Методика работы заключалась в поиске идеи. Данный этап проектирования характеризовался детальным изучением исторических корней национальной компоненты, поиски аналогов проектирования подобного рода объектов. Второй этап – это эскизирование. Этот этап заключался в разработке стратегии развития композиции бульвара и наполнения цветочного оформления. И третий этап – оформление проектных решений. Это проверка масштабности и детальности в эскизной технике исполнения планов видовых точек. Поиск идеи заключался в погружении в историю национальных традиций, в марийской символике и цветности. Например, марийцы при подборе красок учитывали смысловое назначение цветов. Красный – это цвет огня, солнца, оберег. Белый обозначал чистоту помыслов. Ош, Марий, белые марийцы. Черный – цвет земли, темные помыслы. Ограничение белого цвета. Зеленый цвет, цвет травы, растительности, связан с символом плодородия. Желтый обозначает разум и символ печали. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Простите, можно следующий слайд? Простите, пожалуйста, слайд можно следующий? Меня слышно?
Еще следующий. Еще дальше.
Спасибо. Так.
Вы слышите, видите экран?
Да, можно обратно.
Эскизная проработка.
Нет, немножко обратно. Один слайд обратно. Если можно, один слайд обратно. Там где с гуслями, товарищ.
Мы вернули еще один.
Вот, еще один.
На экран приходит.
Да, немножко, видимо, с интернетом так притормаживает. Орнаментальная сложная знаковая система возникла задолго до появления письменности. Спасибо. Являясь носительницей древних знаний, принято было решение включить ее как лейтмотив. Мотивы орнамента растительные, зооморфные, человекоподобные мотивы были взяты на заметку для воспроизведения в декоре цветников и мавок. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Богатое культурное наследие у марийцев. Сохранились многие обряды и традиции. Легенды марийского народа хранят в себе многовековую память об этнической и социополитической истории. Следующий, пожалуйста, слайд. Цветы в городе символизируют порядок, создают положительный психологический климат, хорошее настроение. Поэтому Чем нагляднее и разнообразнее цветочное убранство города, тем более радостно он воспринимается. Следующий, пожалуйста. Цветники – это многонациональные композиции, входящие за пределы плоскостного решения, поэтому в концепции украшения бульвара использованы клумбы с тематикой, связанной с творчеством Сергея Чевайна. Национальные марийские символы и орнаменты из цветочных и инертных материалов, малой формы с декоративной подсветкой, интерактив с национальным языком, кухней, литературой и драматургией. На бульваре Чевайна цветники представлены клумбами, рабатками. Для каждого вида цветника предложен вариант оформления. Ниже на слайдах изображены разработанные план-эскизы концепции цветников. За основу взять марийский орнамент, дополненный геометрией. Размеры цветников на бульваре Чевайна позволяют установить в них мафы, игровые элементы, фотозоны, в том числе с национальными нарядами. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Цветники не плоские за счет разной высоты растения, за счет работы с мафами, с фотозонами, с логотипом города, флагами Республики Мариэл и города Ишкаралы. Следующий, пожалуйста. На слайде показан авторский информационный познавательный стенд с подсветкой. Следующий, пожалуйста. На нем подобраны известные стихи Сергея Чевайна, которые написаны на 3 языках – марийском, русском, английском. Развитие данной темы необходимо для культурного просвещения жителей и туристов города. Несомненно, это может стать еще одной точкой притяжения для туристических маршрутов. Контакт цветников с посетителями немаловажен в наше время. Игровые этикетки с переводом, расположенные внутри самого цветника, например, пеледыш – это цветок, будут вызывать интерес у жителей и гостей столицы. Это игровой и просветительский элемент. Следующий, пожалуйста. По краям располагается орнаментальное оформление с инертным материалом. Такое оформление с инсталляциями в марийском стиле будет запоминающейся особенностью центра города. Следующий, пожалуйста. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Будьте добры, следующий слайд. Будьте добры, следующий слайд перенеслите.
Связь с вами нет. Мы пролистаем до конца
Есть.
вашу презентацию, мы ее посмотрим.
У меня есть связь, я вас слышу. Для всех цветников подобран
Прекрасно.
рассчитан ассортимент. Все материалы переданы в администрацию городского округа город Йошкар-Ола. Проект частично реализован в этом сезоне. Вывод. Таким образом, бульвар Чевайна, как объект кооперационного творчества сотрудников ПГТУ и МУП «Город», был освещен сегодня. Предложенная администрацией городского округа современные цветники, как многонациональная композиция, входящая за пределы плоскостного решения. В новых подходах проектных решений учтена историческая ремарка, связанная с творчеством Чевайна, эстетизм национального колорита, игровой мотив и включение оригинальных тематических мапов, обеспечивающих контакт оформления с посетителями. Авторы работы благодарят за поддержку главу администрации города Йошкар-Олы Кузнецова Виктора Михайловича. Доклад окончен. Благодарю за внимание.
Спасибо большое, очень красочно. А мы переходим к следующему докладу.
Спасибо.
Пожалуйста, приглашается Сергей Митегин. Роль зеленого каркаса города в планировочной организации территории.
Thank you. First, I'm happy to welcome the attendees because we haven't met for 2 years, and finally, anyway, I can fill up that gap. My presentation, well, is just information on the role of the green framework of the city and planning organization of the territory. As to the green frameworks, we know a lot about them, and everyone is discussing them at all the levels constantly. So green theme is present everywhere. Actually, when you start dealing with the master plan, it appears that the territory for green construction is not available. And what we have has been divided and shared. And I don't say that that is bad. Many of them are supported by certain laws and cannot be touched. I mean, these territories, as a rule, they are dispersed. They are eminent in terms of action and environmental integrity. So when we develop the master plan, we have such a theme. It appears that there are no places for the green framework, and under these conditions, it is really difficult to work and to take certain decisions and to implement them into life. Essentially, a green theme should, in the cities account for green theme should take 30% of the territory in the city. That is the largest functional zone, including other types of green plantations, but it is much larger than residential zone and larger than production zone and public zone taken together. So that is a very important situation. If we correctly the main thing to be left under the greenery, we might not have any green framework. With no, so to say, flowing character. Certainly, the city is not a plan approved to St. Petersburg. At least it is. It is a 1 million resident city. It is the quickest growing city in Russia. Dozens or hundreds of thousands of people doing growth aid was due to high residential blocks. The city is surrounded by valuable agricultural land of grape yards of federal significance, and the city cannot dispose of them, though the area is rather large. Something like 2,000 square kilometers. It is comparable with St. Petersburg. Let us try. So the main theme of my presentation are green plantations, the basis of structure of the settlements. Our main task is to provide functional zoning and planning structure. There are some general characteristics for Krasnodar. That is a really large territory. In the south, the Kuban River flows. There is a reserve, but generally, as to arable lands, irrigated lands are not properly irrigated, but the city center is actively constructed and developed. And what remains after that center to the right and to the left, to the east and to the west, are agricultural lands. Gradually, they are transferred to municipal lands. The federation, under the pressure of Krasnodar territory, gives them away, but this is quite gradual and slow. And we revealed all the possible green plants there, green plantations there, and it appeared that they are quite few. The norm is 3 or 4 times below the norm for the greenery. So that was a very painful theme. Mainly, these are protective plantations along the fields, first of all, along different lines of utilities, and the floodplain that is developed. However, the floodplain from the reservoir, it is rather hazardous because it is flooded, and there might be a catastrophic flooding when the dam collapses. Everything will be washed away, and the city is actively developing that area and is building high-rise constructions and micro-districts. Since they didn't fulfill the old master plan or didn't analyze it properly, they gave out their territories to different contractors. When they looked at the real situation, and that is, the center has low-rise houses with the different land plots and a lot of greenery, but in public areas the greenery is scarce. They tried to organize such a green framework. People tried to struggle it when it appeared, and
local activists kept coming to us, and we had meetings in St. Petersburg and other locations, and we came to terms that that would be the final option, after which it will be able to come up with the planning layout of the city, show new motorways, engineering communications, traffic communications, to sort of to rationally distribute different functional zones. That's the deliverable of this project. That is the plan. And that decision was supported by local administration that the city will be gearing towards mid-rises and low-rises instead of high-rises. That was embedded into the concept, but you can see that eastern part shown by washed brown is more for agricultural use, and in the western part there are new districts and residential districts, and now we are designing a lot for that part, for the western part. That's most important, I can tell you. So we should use most actively what we have as the basis for this environmental green framework. Then there will be consistency in every thing we do. That there will be different forms. So these green alternatives. Thank you very much. In this session, there is the last speaker, Gulnara Rafailovna, floral decorations as a design element of a comfortable urban environment, on the example of the boulevard, Korodny Boulevard in Kislovodsk. Good afternoon. It came as quite unexpected, and I am privileged to speak in front of you. And of course, I am excited. But I'll try to cope with my emotions and tell you about Kislovodsk town. I came along from Kislovodsk, and I am greatly impressed by the plethora of information I heard here within these 2 days. Our city is deeply provincial. Everything is so small and compact. And we are blessed for not having the problem of retaining green crops. It's rather the task to highlight those greeneries. It's a provincial town, I reiterate, but people come along from entire country, from both capitals, Moscow and St. Petersburg, and not from Russia only. This is a health resort town, I might say. It used to be a health resort in different times, since 2 centuries way back. It used to be very popular in the imperial times, in the times of Romanovs, poets, writers, painters were coming along, and imperial family frequents that health resort. This is very important for us. We cherish it because and our city was set up in 1823 when the chief commandant Yermolov in the Caucasus started the process of improvements on the city. That's when Kislovodsk Park was laid out several years back from now. It was assigned the status of national park, and it's #1 in the area in Europe. It's a very unusual park. Many people come along just to see this park. And in 1830, the first full-fledged street of Kislovodsk was laid out. It used to be called Maple Alley. It went through the changes of the names. Now it's called Resort Boulevard or Courtney Boulevard in Russian. And it's the concentration of different activities and different spas and medical centers, medical luminaries used to work here. And all the times when you come along to Kislovodsk, I'm Makhachkala town, born and raised, and long ago I moved to Kislovodsk. And I spent all my life there. When I came along for the first time, I felt the uniqueness of the place. Very picturesque countryside, nature, mountains, Elbrus, clean water, clean air, clean water. The city is small, and this historic component is very important. Here is the tiny spot, which is the concentration of everything. Mineral water baths, mineral water gallery, mineral water dining room, Philharmonic Society, railway terminal. When you come along to Kislovodsk, it's like a cul-de-sac. It's the final point, the end point. You don't go anywhere from there because you don't want. You want to stay here. This ambience is very precious to us. When visitors come along, they see everything which is very charming. And this is the boulevard. The street was regular planning. It goes along railway terminal, and there are 18 flower beds here. I will not mention the architects who designed that because the design dates back to 19th century. The gentry was coming along, bringing along architects. They had their huge estates and mansions constructed there, and we try to take loving care of this heritage. Sometimes some are sort of stylized structures and buildings, but it's not about it. It's about the fact that there are 18 flower beds here. That's the structure of this landscape site. And you can see the use is obvious. It's the place for pleasant pastime, for walking leisurely, for meeting friends, and there should be diversity to it, so that the flower beds would be in line with the historic architecture around not contradicting it. It should change historical identity, brand awareness, because the imperial flower beds, that was the main style of arrangements and decoration. And then in the Soviet Union times, it was generally accepted the spa places, health resorts, and in St. Petersburg was the same matter. Carpet type flower beds are to be created. In Kislovo, we retain the traditional creation of carpet like flower beds. I thought one, we support and foster this romantic ambience of a health resort when romance is in the air. Something wonderful might happen to them because it's a health resort. And when they are passing by those 18 flower beds, they are consumed with different sentiments. This is a historic photograph. You can see this historic carpet flower bed. This is a collage, like a patchwork of different pictures. And how do we deal with those tasks? First of all, it's carpet flower beds. I planned to dwell longer on carpet flower beds. Out of 18, 4 flower beds are bed carpet ones, 2 flat, 2 raising, 3 rosaries and rose species. And those rosaries have got a hedge from low cut to and also we plant other flowers and other flower beds, and we embedded the semantic flower bed here. We call it a stone garden. I am dwelling upon the principles of alteration. There should be some alteration because there are 18 flower beds. These are carpets, arabesques, and sophisticated ornaments and big flower beds with summer growing flowers and the monument. The monument to Nicholas, Saint Nicholas the Miracle Maker, and also other things to the drone taken a picture, ladybird, that is the Narzan. Narzan is type of mineral water, Narzan gallery. Those alterations are based on several criteria. It's types of decoration, carpet, flower beds, arabesques, summer growing flowers, stony garden, rose gardens, combinations of colors, monochromic and polychromic flower beds, and each and every flower bed had its own concept related to its sense, or sometimes it was just contrasting the adjacent flower bed. It's like an ensemble within the ensemble. There's the architectural part with those flower beds, and those flower beds their own account. Girls are finishing the planting flower bed. Carpet flower beds, very sophisticated and calm. device, road patterns. That's the beauty of my work. That's the joy of it. Mindful of this carpet flower bed. That's how I about it myself. It's a sophisticated and complex geographic crossing straight lines and more ornamental. Such an ornament from large shapes we use in the places whereby historic center borders on contemporary. That is this year's seasonal, just one season flower bed, but it's high impressive. It was those flower beds I started talking about. Sorry, I didn't first we select the ornament. The ornamental design, then we grow the seeds, we create the calendar of the seeds of planting, when we create the production program, and we grow plants, and then we make flower beds out of them. And so the selection of different species, I divide them into two types. Plants with the help of which carpet flower beds are created, and those plants with the help of which the ornament is created directly. The hard plants, resilient in their shape, and the decorative flowers which decorate the flower beds. Mostly it's begonias of different colors of leaves and floral part, and in laconic, more laconic ornaments, we can use colors to render more color. And also central part is arranged larger size. The plants are planted there. Agave, yucca, palm tree. The center renders this fluffiness and splendor to the flower bed. We can do that also when we work with the rally, the land. Here are the rose gardens. Here are the examples of the arabesques in the lawn. And here are the examples of using large flowers, cans, summer flowers. It's a regular planning, but on both sides of the boulevard, there are several squares and smaller gardens with landscape planning. This is a very good contrast. And the park is crossed in the center by monuments. That is the monument to Saint Nicholas, the miracle worker. And how do we select those crops? We adhere to traditions in arranging flower beds, and at the same time, we take on board the novelties in selection, the best, the most gallant, most spectacular plants. And it's important for them to look in a traditional way and in a contemporary way. Begonia is a great flower here in the carpet flower beds, low growth. This is the flowers we combined every to next to this stony their monoclonal summer flower food. We try whenever it's appropriate to use carpet plants alongside the summer growing flowers, which highlight the fluffiness and the lightness of the summer growing flowers, but they provide for resilient shape by their rigidity. It's a good contrast. Questions? I have a question, or rather several questions, recapping on one another. After the entire boulevard is at the site of cultural heritage, not my knowledge. Yes, but you are working there. You might have encumbrance. Well, I'll explain the conditions I work in. Yeah, I work in another reality. I'm the producer. I'm the person who's growing those plants. And when I go back, I come back, I'll have to urgently order the seeds. I don't get all the compliances. It's a carte blanche, so to me. I have got a leeway, a freedom of what I can do. The customer, as in the face of city administration, trusts me fully. Then the second question, to recap on the first one, that's wonderful what you say. That's cool. So I take it you develop the design yourself. See compliance from anyone? No. We don't need somebody's proof or approval or whatever. Gimmick is that provided I had to get all the permits and compliances, I would be able to do that. It would be a very long process. That's great that you don't have to do that. And something else, when I develop it, for me, bottom line is what impression I would like to make.
I'm not thinking using such categories, but I heard how it happens. What artistic image? For me, that's what impression I would like to make. And the flower bed, as far as I'm doing it, this is an idea in computer graphics. I make a design, then I calculate how many plants I would need. But the main thing is during the plantation time, something might happen. At the end of planting, you use this or that. Let's try this one. And that is most valuable. That is a cherry on the top. As to the planting material, you have to calculate it. Probably I replace something. Probably I plant another begonia. In my view, it is impossible to create this impression of a carpet flower bed. I might feel non-convenient, but I get pleasure, not from the gratitude of the people, but from the fact that they want to do it. You can take pictures against the background of a flower bed in the health resort with your date, and next you'll come and see another carpet flower bed. Do you change it each year? Yes, almost each year. Frankly speaking, in the last 3 years, I replace 2, and this feeling of saturation or non-saturation flower bed like that. Our team think alike. We do it professionals, and we have the succession and sequence of the workers. You should be able to do it. You have to understand it. Should know how it is being done. That is difficult from the technological viewpoint. Another question, also quite technical. As far as I understand, you change the plants, summer, spring, Do you have autumn plants? Can we read that information anyway? We have seasonal changes. In principle, there are no changes, or just like I mentioned, Kislovodsk is around the health resort, and all the activities are associated mainly with the Kurortny Boulevard. And there is a certain decorational lighting, some art objects, not always there in place, but that is not my competence. There is black earth. The area is intended for one-year plants, and in winter that land that should not be black. We start planting from the middle of March. We use viola and we use tulips. Then from the middle of March, we replace the spring plants till summer plants till the first frost. We take care of them. The important phrase is that this is an element of design. I mean, these flowers, and depending on their condition, depending on how we process them, we feed them, we cut them, shows that this flower element is a visual element of coupled environment. We start autumn from the middle of October after the frost, when we use decorative cabbage. We have to plant it in August, but we keep it. It is resistant to frost, and we can plant it after frost. We also use cinerary. We use installations of the crops that are decorational in winter, and we use spruce branches, making like that. Thank you very much. It's so good in your Kislovodsk. You are a state in the state in all probability, and that's wonderful. I think that now we pass on to the next room. We have a coffee break. Please.
Видимо, в этом есть свои... Я стакан не пользовала. Так что Александру Сергеевичу он останется. Все.
Здрасте, меня слышно?
Да.
Очень хорошо. Вы знаете, там перед тем, как запустить презентацию, удалить из нее слайд номер 2 и 3. Они не нужны, я их лучше так, без лишней остановки проговорю и все. Как-то она долговато грузится. Ага. Алло? Что это? Алло? началось. Ага. Так. Алло. Да, сейчас слышно? Да. Понятно, все, я поняла. Вы знаете, скажите, пожалуйста, ну и прекрасно. Скажите, пожалуйста, я просто вам говорю, типа там следующий слайд, и вы уже сами листаете. Я просто, ага. Ага. Вы можете, хорошо, а вы тогда можете просто пару слайдов пролистать вперед, я просто посмотрю, как она. Да, я ее сейчас вижу. Сейчас. Просто посмотрю, как она вообще листается, потому что если она начинает подгружать, тормозить мне свою речь или наоборот говорить, ну это вы потом увидите. Мгм. Ну понятно, что все нормально. Ага. Ну да, вот я сейчас смотрю, да, степень озеленения, все это вот нормально, да, все это я дело вижу. Скажите, пожалуйста, а второй, третий слайд вы уже удалили или они там? Да, вот там, которые, сейчас посмотрю. Да, вот это руинировать не нужен, Ваню его этот слайд. Да, не нужны, я их просто так скажу, все, чтобы люди там не умирали. Вот эту, ага, и да, и дальше. Ну все, значит, короче говоря, где-то в 16, я так поняла, 30. Ну, естественно, я там уже и так пишу. Я уже, хорошо. Ага, хорошо, все, спасибо большое, спасибо. Ага, окей, все, спасибо. Ага, до связи, до свидания. Так, отлично.
Уважаемые коллеги, техническое объявление. Мария Макушева. Есть?
Is Maria Markusheva in this conference room?
Нету.
No.
Сейчас подождем, пожалуй, еще одну минуту.
Session number 3, historical landscape infrastructure. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 presentations. Unfortunately, Yulse Young will not make a presentation on what does landscape architecture bring to bees. She couldn't contact us. Today she will not be able to make a presentation, but the abstract is in the collection of abstracts and you can read it.
Итак, мы начинаем. У нас остаток.
Our session, we have 3 presentations and remote presentation. We hope that everything will be smooth. The first paper.
Валентин.
Да, я здесь.
Да.
Я вас
Здравствуйте.
слышу.
Оценка благоприятного состояния городов. Примеры для исследования студентами.
Да.
Пожалуйста, можете начинать.
Спасибо большое. Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники конференции, уважаемые коллеги. Я представляю Московский государственный университет имени Михаила Васильевича Ломоносова, географический факультет. И сегодня я вам расскажу об одном из практических примеров по комплексной оценке благоприятного состояния города на примере столицы Республики Казахстан, города Нур-Султана. Это была бакалаврская работа этого года выпуска. Вообще, как справедливо вчера отметила Таисия Иосифовна Вольструп, все, что когда мы говорим о комфорте, это вообще все про город. На самом-то деле получается таким образом, разнообразные городские исследования, они могут охватывать либо очень узкие аспекты вот этого комфорта, вот этого благоприятного состояния, если говорить вообще в синонимическом ряду. Это может быть инфраструктура, архитектурные, ландшафтные особенности. Но в последнее время становится все более популярным, в том числе и на нашем факультете, и на его филиалах, рассматривать именно комплексную вот это вот состояние, благоприятное состояние города. То есть и рассматривать какие-то природные особенности, инфраструктуру и эстетическое вообще этого состояния среды, что рекреационных крупных объектов, что застройки. Конечно, мы все еще находимся в состоянии складывания этой методологии, но уже некоторые наработки у нас имеются. Разумеется, прежде чем проводить такие
Простите,
работы...
пожалуйста, чуть громче говорите немножечко.
Хорошо.
Плохо слышно, да.
Конечно, когда мы проводим такие работы, нам приходится опираться на большие полевые исследования. И эта работа, она, в общем-то, была одним из примеров таких же масштабных исследований. Цель у нас была довольно простая. Это провести эколого-эстетическую оценку состояния города. И задачи под стать этой работы это были изучить факторы, которые вообще влияют на эколого-эстетическое состояние природной среды в городе, посмотреть, какие параметры могут влиять на характеристики городской среды и провести районирование. Но если первая задача, о ней очень много говорится в теории, то именно о выполнении двух следующих задач я подробно расскажу. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. На этом слайде я вам покажу о том, какие, в общем-то, параметры мы оценивали в нашей работе. К сожалению, пока мы собирали полевую базу исследований, выяснилось, что не ко всем данным, особенно то, что касается состояния почвенного покрова, растительности, да и, в общем-то, и воды, есть открытый доступ. Поэтому это было решение, мужественное решение ограничить набор этих параметров. Все параметры были сгруппированы в следующие такие вот небольшие группы. Первая – антропогенная нагрузка. Туда вошел показатель, характеризующий плотность застройки. Следующий в ту же группу параметров степени озеленения территории. Шумовое загрязнение. Отдельно был оценен параметр визуальное загрязнение или эстетическое состояние среды, можно по-разному называть. Потом было состояние природной среды. Нам здесь пришлось ограничиться только лишь состоянием атмосферного воздуха. И последняя группа параметров – это было развитие социальной инфраструктуры, то есть обеспеченные школами, поликлиниками, крупными рекреационными зелеными насаждениями, остановками общественного транспорта. Вообще методология работы была очень простая. После того, как мы собирали все эти данные и анализировали, мы использовали существующие нормативы Республики Казахстан для оценки вот этих всех вот показателей внутри параметрических групп. Если у нас показатель выполнялся полностью, то эта ситуация у нас считалась благоприятной, хорошей, и мы ей присваивали 3 балла. Если ситуация была не очень хорошая, удовлетворительной, скажем, то есть норматив выполнялся на 50%, то ей присваивали 2 балла. Если норматив вообще не выполнялся, то такой ситуации мы присваивали 1 балл, она была плохой ситуации. В конце эти все параметры были просуммированы, мы нашли средний и уже прорайонировали наш этот участок. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Вообще, когда мы занялись проблемой, если состоянием природной среды более-менее понятно для наших специалистов, то визуальное загрязнение, эстетику мы решили взять за основу положение теории видеоэкологии Филина Василия Анатольевича по определению гомогенных и агрессивных полей в постройке. Но нам потом показалось, что эта теория скучноватая, и мы решили еще насытить такими показателями, как оценка цветового восприятия застройки, инженерные свойства зданий и ориентацию вот этих вот зданий. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Мы выделили в городе Нур-Султане, поскольку работа шла на основании рекреационных и жилых зон, собственно говоря, 2 эти зоны. У нас оказалось, что вот на картинке, которая слева, что большая часть нашего города Нур-Султана как раз занимает именно сплошная, в общем-то, жилая застройка. И где-то там 20% вклинивается рекреационные зоны, то есть это крупные, либо старые парковые какие-то массивы, либо относительно недавно сделанные бульвары, в общем, открытые зеленые общественные пространства. После чего жилая рекреационная зона были поделены внутри на операционные ячейки. Значит, если с жилой зоной у нас операционными ячейками выступали жилые кварталы, то внутри крупных рекреационных объектов вот этими операционными ячейками стали функциональные зоны внутри, то есть спокойной рекреации, созерцательной, спортивной, ну и прочее. Ну, сначала поговорим о постройке. Значит, были выделены несколько морфотипов застройки. Здания этажности от 5 и выше, которые были построены в 2000-х годах, вот они голубым цветом по левому берегу, по правому течению береги Ирши, то есть на самом крайнем южном участке нашего рассматриваемого фрагмента. Розовым цветом показаны 3-5-этажные здания, которые построены в период 80-х, 2000-х годов. Таким цветом хаки это у нас была коттеджная застройка 2000-х годов, она примыкает, в общем-то, к течению реки Ишим. Оранжевым цветом показаны морфотип 3-5-этажных зданий, построенных в период 60-80-х годов. В общем, большая часть города, если говорить о морфотипах застройки, ее занимают как раз морфотипы 3-5-этажных зданий, но построены в разный период времени. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Мы приступили потом уже к оценке самих вот этих вот разных параметров. Значит, если говорить о антропогенной нагрузки, для этого был использован коэффициент застройки. Согласно, мы взяли СНИП Республики Казахстан, этот коэффициент считается довольно просто делится площадь застройки на площадь квартала. И оказалось, что у нас жилая зона полностью удовлетворяет установленные вот эти нормы и правила, и поэтому этой территории мы сразу же смело присвоили 3 балла, то есть как благоприятный. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Если говорить уже о шуме, то здесь оказалась ситуация более разнообразная. Значит, выяснилось, поскольку у нас была сетка наблюдений шума, оказалось, что наиболее шумовое воздействие на себе испытывает морфотип 3-5-этажных зданий, которые были построены в 60-е, 80-е годы. Ну и, соответственно, и получилось при районировании, что именно эти морфотипы, они получают по оценке шума 1 балл. У них самая плохая ситуация с шумом. А что касается морфотипов коттеджной застройки, ну, соответственно, рекреационных зон и новых морфотипов, которые были построены в 2000-е годы, это 5-этажные дома и выше, там с шумом более благоприятной ситуации они получили 3 балла, эти морфотипы. А вот в ситуации, где у нас удовлетворительный, то есть на 50% норматив мог бы выполняться, такой у нас ситуация не вышла. И по шуму территория разделилась на всего лишь 2 такие вот ситуации. Следующим, последним как бы в этой группе параметров показателем это у нас была оценка степени озеленения. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Для того, чтобы посчитать, оценить вот эту степень озеленения, мы использовали коэффициент озеленения. Он тоже находится очень просто. Площадь зеленых насаждений внутри квартала делится на площадь вообще квартала и очень умножается на 100%. Мы использовали норматив тоже Республики Казахстан, согласно которому 25% должно быть озеленено. Значит, когда мы нашли этот коэффициент, посчитали озеленение, оказалось, что у нас большая часть территории либо полностью удовлетворяет, ну, в общем-то, жилая рекреационная зона, они поделились на 2 ситуации, которые полностью выполняют этот норматив 3 балла, и удовлетворяет этому показателю, она получила 2 балла. А совсем, скажем так, квартала с плохой ситуацией у нас не получилось. Следующей оценкой, это мы уже приступили к оценке разнообразных объектов социальной инфраструктуры. Следующий слайд. Ну, поскольку объектов социальной инфраструктуры довольно много, это учреждения образования, школы, детские сады, это, простите, я говорила по атмосфере, значит, по атмосфере оказалось, что у нас ситуация не совсем хорошая. Выяснилось, что у нас делится приблизительно на 2 части наш этот город, либо где удовлетворяет более или менее, либо где совсем не удовлетворяет, то есть 1 и 2 балла. А благоприятная ситуация у нас вообще при оценке ни один морфотип в благоприятную ситуацию не попал. Ну, теперь можно уже на социальную инфраструктуру снова вернуться. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Если говорить, вот, если продолжать о социальной инфраструктуре, там очень-очень много разных объектов, сады, детские, аптеки, школы, то буду говорить очень кратко и скажем так. У нас оказалось, что разброс по самым разным этим вот объектам по большей части квартала показали все довольно высокую оценку, кроме морфотипов, которые охватывают дачные, вот эти вот дачно-коттеджные кварталы. Там обеспеченность что школами, что аптеками, учреждениями культуры оказалась не на самом высоком уровне. А вот все остальные морфотипы, поскольку это давно освоены, там оценка довольно высокая. Ну и остальные я просто пропущу слайды и сразу скажу, что вот если говорить уже об оценке доступности к крупному рекреационному объекту, то один у нас только такой оказался крупный рекреационный объект. Мы смотрели его на доступность 800 метров. Да, здесь остановиться, спасибо, да. 800 метров, 1200 и остальных и 2000 метров, то оказалось, что по большей части морфотипы попадает, в общем-то, либо в хорошую доступность, либо в среднюю доступность. Но совсем плохую прям ситуацию с доступностью к крупному рекреационному объекту это только вот самые граничащие кварталы старого морфотипа и нового морфотипа. Если говорить о, наконец, уже об оценке более, скажем так, интересных для нас, для географов, это оценка самих сооружений. Ну, скажем, вкратце так, что по гомогенным и агрессивным полям большая часть территории у нас оказалась, что она попадает в ситуацию 2 балла, то есть она не самая хорошая, но и не самая плохая. Если говорить, конечно, об эмоциональной окраске, вы сейчас видите этот слайд, о степени изношенности, предсказуемости последующих строений, о степени визуальной законченности морфотипов застройки, то здесь у нас было более разнообразное дробление, районирование территории. Обычно, скажем так, старые кварталы у нас все попали по степени изношенности в ситуацию с 2 баллами, то есть, скажем так, удовлетворяет она нашим эстетическим требованиям. По предсказуемости последующих строений у нас получилось дробление, районирование территории даже на 3 ситуации, поскольку новые кварталы, новые морфотипы, разные формы кварталов, предсказуемость неожиданная, они получили 3 балла. Если говорить о старых...
2 минутки осталось. 2 минутки.
Да, сейчас я говорю. То там у старых морфотипов оказалась совершенно другая картина. Там предсказуемость, в общем-то, получила только лишь 1 балл. Если говорить о рекреационных территориях, следующий слайд, пожалуйста, мы приняли во внимание, что поскольку рекреационный объект в городе и его пролистывайте до рекреационного объекта, мы приняли во внимание, что данная территория, она несет в себе черты полуприродного, скажем так, квазиприродного объекта. Мы его оценивали как с точки зрения организации стандартного, скажем так, крупного лесного массива, то есть смотрели многоплановость, сезонность, наличие разных форм, ну и много другого. И как мы можем его благоустраивать, то есть как может транспортом благоустраивать данный объект. И у нас оказалось тоже разные дробления этой территории. Мы уже не будем подробно рассматривать дробление этого парка. Вкратце, как выводы, могу сказать следующее, что по районированию нашего участка выяснилось, что при изучении визуальной среды в нашем участке морфотипы все левого берега, они преимущественно имеют довольно благоприятную для человека визуальную среду, а морфотипы правого берега, наоборот, неблагоприятную. При этом визуальная среда в рекреационной территории, то есть в крупном нашем этом вот парке, она, скорее всего, более-менее благоприятная в зоне, то, что касается тихой рекреации и познавательной рекреации. Все остальные участки этого парка с точки зрения визуальной, они неблагоприятные. А с точки зрения экологического состояния выяснилось, что, в общем-то, самым экологически благоприятным оказывается морфотип коттеджной застройки, а вот с точки зрения социальной, наоборот, все старые морфотипы благоприятная ситуация, а в новых морфотипах ситуация наблюдается противоположная. Спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо большое, Валентина Александровна.
Спасибо.
Все, регламент выдержали. Спасибо вам большое. Приглашается следующий докладчик. Это Александра Генриховна Куприянова. Вы уже с ней знакомы, она была здесь модератором.
So, she was a moderator here. This is about concerns upon preservation of old crops, that is old age trees. with restoring objects of landscape architecture. It's my joint presentation together with my colleague Varvara Bayramova. She is here with us. I'll try to be brief. It should be mentioned that all the trees evoke highly emotional response and sentiments, very special sentiments. They are described in pieces of art. Leo Tolstoy also depicted that in a great vivacity. Legends are made about all the trees, and specialists have got a very special attitude to them as well. When it's about restoration of landscape, old crop trees evoke very special sentiment attitude among specialists. Nowadays, we have such a definition as old age tree, but it's non-existent in legal frameworks. We use this term old age tree, and it appears in different documents, but legally it's not stated, so it's highly judgmental when we interpret it. Maybe very close definition or notion or connotation in relation to old age trees evolved in all Russian program. Trees as monuments of nature. That program was implemented on the basis of different definitions and notions. Which first were articulated by Federal Law number 33 about specially protected natural areas. And it was more specific the way it was described by the Center of Protected Wild Nature. And the program was taken on board in 2010 when old crops were identified and divided. There was a special methodology enabling us to identify those trees. In St. Petersburg and in Grangurt region, 12 trees were introduced into the register. Mostly it's oak tree, and about half of them are part of voluminous, spacious composition of park and garden sites. But tree is a living and breathing organism. You all know that. So there could be some shifts in the register because some trees attain certain age when they're ready to be introduced into this list of old crops, and then there are natural processes or they fall out of those trees. So this register is very dynamic. You can see maple, which was assigned with the certificate in the summer garden next to the garden or house of Peter the Great. It's not existing anymore, unfortunately. Now, federal law on the protection of monuments of architecture, there is no definition of old crop tree, old age tree, like we see, and landscape architects consider retaining the architectural landscape ensemble in its integrity, and green crops are the main component, and we consider it from the standpoint of volume, space, composition, and specialists dealing with that. Custodians, restorators are turning to the documents which are formed on the basis of Federal Law 73, because each and every protected site should have these passport with all the protection commitments, which are called the object of protection, which are introduced there. And it covers architectural structures alongside with plants, its spatial landscaping chunks. So they take into account skyline, relief, soil conditions, and they form specific species communities, but oftentimes such characteristics as the age is introduced. In this passport, we see that all the age lime trees are preserved, but we don't know how they will live through in future. But it's the age which is protected, not species. Of course, species are shown here as well. It should be mentioned that these protection commitments require from custodians and restorators preservation of those elements which are enlisted in the object of protection. And unless they do that, they might be criminal liable. So hence the conflict, because we're fully aware that it's not planting the old age trees forever. And also when it comes to preservation of sites of cultural heritage, it's Florence Charter dedicated to that articles here. And the conflict is sort of embedded there. On the one hand, we should protect that. On the other hand, the care over those sites might also might not be as well. And of course, when it comes to the change in the appearance of the historic part, there are some natural processes impacting that. They are related to the changes in ecological conditions, hydrology, load, climatic implications, which brings about changes in man-made activities as well. They have got a strong repercussion on that. But emergency situation might be interim, and we repeatedly were the eyewitnesses of the hurricanes, which entail the emergency situations and the changes in the structure of the plants. And those disastrous events and turmoils of World War II, which brought out very big losses in the structure of the plants of our sites and abroad, overseas as well. Same story. Of course, it impacts the change in appearance, and also the impact of fashion things. The owners, the proprietors can introduce some changes. For example, Montplaisir, my pleasure garden, the way it was conceived first, and all those green crops and oak trees which are still there. From this theoretical standpoint, we might say that this is the professional approach which evolved in our country in pre-war times. Here you can see the examples of Peterhof, Arpa Garden Restoration Restorators encountered that task and challenges reflected in archive documents when they had to remove some depositions and layerings on the porter. This is the vista towards the palace oak tree fountain after the restoration is shown here. So there were different layerings due and depositions due to different spontaneous and planned plantings and also due to sanitation and other things, spatial volume compositions were changing, and we should preserve all the trees. Our main objective is the preserve them to the maximum, and you know that we hug those trees, we embrace them. There are different flash bulbs, we say that will take care of those trees, but of course there are also sparing works and sanitation works as well, which are very important for the trees. Returning to this program, trees as monuments of live nature. There is the methodology in place which considers the conditions of growing of the plant, its origin, oftentimes all its parameters and sizes, whether they should be introduced into the registers, whether they should refer to as old crops, all crop trees, but they don't take into account composition's significance, how important this or that tree is for the composition of the space. And in this composition, the age of the oak is 200 years, according to specialists. It's located on the palace in front of Konstantinovsky Palace. It's preserved. It's only one here, but maybe it destroys the integrity of the composition, mindful of composition architecture and sampling of trees and main parameters based on the diameter of the tree. That way, looking at the diameter, we can refer this tree to the category of old age trees. 5 more minutes to go. All right. Post-war restoration, very complex and challenging tasks, moral ones, psychological ones. Trees were planted. There were no plant nurseries back then. Oftentimes, trees were planted from national vegetation without just developed strains as to the age they are belonging to the category of old age trees. In post-war times, they wanted old trees were preserved. It was a very emotional, a very important emotional hallmark. But until the state of health of the tree was preserved, those old age trees. We don't have benchmarks for that. From the emotional standpoint, old age trees are emotionally very positively perceived by people. They are related to emotional memory of people, and it's a very painful issue as well. We should we should do awareness raising so that we should educate people about the processes which old age trees undergo, like in summer garden, the significance of different old trees, old age trees is at the content age, so it's more important. It's predominant over spatial voluminous composition. This is the part, and you can see the reduction of decorativeness. Parterre is an open space, and the condition of those trees evokes some surprise and sense of detachment. This is the Tsar's Village, Alexandrovsky Park, Spruce Alley, and then here you can see a narrowing space, and they should be broader. Another example, the alley of old age lime trees in Ekaterinski Park. Ekaterinski Park is great, Catherine the Great's park, and solitaire plants in the landscape parks, lyrical landscapes evoking emotions. The old patriarch oak tree, it's very old. When you look at it, you're sort of well, taken aback, because that's not what we expected to see in a landscape park. In the massives, there are old crops, that is old age trees, which are also preserved, but we should be aware of the laws of development of the species communities in which those trees are formed, and hydrological modes. This is the race part of Peterhof. That is winter 2020 and 2021. Yelagan Island, same situation. Change in level of groundwaters, very challenging situation for the trees. And there is sort of an effusion, and trees are not filling up the ensemble with volume, but they are turned into threat tree. Well, for people walking around as well. And we should deal with this problem as well. That's not another time to no issues, which ones should be protected and for how long. So it's necessary level. There should be criteria and benchmarks for the assessment of old age trees and within the time given to you. It's a shame we have got only 15 minutes for presentation, but we should go on. We continue. Next presentation is online from Sweden. A joint presentation. Works were done jointly, but due to technical implications, it will be only one person speaking. John Love Green, nature-based law and alternatives and traditional decisions, Swedish experience. It's very topical for St. Petersburg and around the world as well.
Good. Can you hear me? If it's okay, I would like to present.
You can start.
Good.
John.
Can I present from my own screen as well? Okay. So can you see my screen and
Some
hear me?
interruptions. Please try to talk some
Yes.
words.
Okay. I'm just trying to say something.
Yes, okay, okay.
Good. And you can see my screen as well. Okay, then I'll start.
Yes.
So hi,
We are hearing you, yes.
Good. So I'm John L. Green, and
Please start.
I'm going to tell you about.
Yeah, it's okay.
Good. So I'm going to.
Yes.
I'm going to tell you about our experiments with nature-based lawns at the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences in Uppsala, Sweden. And if it weren't for the epidemic, this would have been a joint presentation together with Professor Maria Ignatieva, whom I am lucky to have worked with for half a decade in Sweden. She's now working in Perth at the University of Western Australia and is present online together with us. And for convenience, I'm talking for both of us today. As for me, I'm managing our botanical garden for the built environment at SLU in Uppsala, where we educate both landscape architects and engineers and conduct some research. So we have been having a research project around lawns, which was headed by Professor Ignatieva, and lawns green the urban environment, and they provide an amenable public and private open space. In Sweden, some 50% of the urban green areas are lawns, and globally, lawn grass is the largest irrigated non-food crop. Assuming lawn covers 23% of cities globally or so, based on data from the US and Sweden, lawns could occupy as much as 0.8 million square kilometers. That is an area bigger than England and Spain combined. Conventional lawns are popular for several reasons. Three that we have been able to identify is that they are aesthetically pleasing to the public and is perhaps the most popular surface for activities ranging from picnics to sports. And water easily percolates most lawns, and the soil can store quite a lot of water, and they also sequestrate carbon. Here's a table from an article published last year that summarizes both the services and disservices provided by lawns. We're not going through all of them, but I'm going to show you some of the disservices as well. And there are several. The perhaps biggest one being the low biodiversity of lawns, and it's not able to support the fauna very well. Because of their overuse, they are a component in creating very monotonous environments, and they are a driver of the global homogenization of design in the outdoor environments. With this in mind, we wanted to create experimental trials for lawn alternatives, and our trials were established in 2016 here at the campus of the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences in Uppsala, Sweden. The trials have been continuously monitored.
John, please continue.
Yeah, I'm speaking.
Are you hearing me?
I hear you. Is there any interruptions? So our trials have been monitored and analyzed in order to inform design and management in an iterative process, and has been reinforced by introducing new species. Design and management of these trial plantings have been changed with time as a consequence of the natural process, plant succession. We analyzed existing composition and have tried different maintenance schedules. For example, the time of mowing and irrigation. Here you can see the tapestry lawn that from a picture in May 2018, just 2 years after establishment. So we have two types.
John,
Yeah.
Can you stop for several seconds?
Okay.
Just for a while. We have to fix something. Just stop for some seconds.
Yeah, it's all right.
Some seconds, please.
No problem.
John, we will try that.
Okay.
Please turn off your sharing screen, and you will say next slide, and and we'll change the slides from Saint Petersburg.
Okay. Let's.
It should be much better.
I understand. Okay. I am not sure.
Tapestry lawn, we see. Tapestry lawn.
Okay, let's try. So.
Okay, please continue.
Good. So for the tapestry lawn, we use 29 species of low-growing plants native to the Swedish region of Uppsala, where our campus is located. One limitation is that we decided to not plant or sow any grasses. The idea was to create a surface that is walkable and flowering, and to show that perhaps turf is not needed for this. With time, we suspect some grasses might colonize the planting, but that's not a problem. The trial is located by the central square of the university and is an important display of a high biodiversity alternative to conventional lawn. Both design and management has been dynamic. Because we have created a type of planting that no one else have created before, we have had to collect data and make decisions on design and management continuously. After planting and observing the results in the first year, changes were made to the lawn's maintenance for the upcoming year. Likewise, the next year. And weeding, cutting, or controlling the spread of undesirable species is an essential part of the maintenance. Next, please. We can continue to the next. Следующий.
Next.
Thank you. In this image from mid-June 2019, there's a lot of Lecanthamum vulgare oxidaceae. And being so dominant, we decided to start to cut them before they were able to set seed. On the other hand, the Pilosella aurantiaca, fox and cubs, in the foreground, flower with a more similar amount year after year, so we haven't managed them in any way. Okay. Please go back one image.
This slide?
The one
With the
before
one?
that.
One. This?
Just go back one more slide. It might be some lag on my side. Yes, early June 2019. With recent years' droughts, it has taken until this year until the planting has covered most of the soil. And the image is from early June. You can probably spot flowering Veronicas, Potentilla verna, early Lecanthamum, and late Primula veris. Oh, okay. Now I would like the 11th slide, tapestry lawn process.
Yes. Ready.
Good. So we got feedback from the public during the second year, which was the first real spring. And one common comment was that the grays, browns, and natural colors were considered dull. So this resulted in the introduction of non-native bulbs, crocuses, into the tapestry lawn. And the aim is to increase the aesthetical appreciation during the early spring months, and it has been very successful. Next slide, please. Maintenance consists of mowing once in the summer and selective cutting of some species during the season in order to control their spread and dominancy in the tapestry lawn. And as stated earlier, the main function was to make it walkable in order to exhibit an alternative to conventional lawn. Next slide, please. Next image. Good. Here's an image from the planting that started in late April 2016. And you can see the bare soil, which is a mix of crushed stone and natural sand combined with some organic matter. The turf was removed, the new soil filled in place, and 7,000 plug plants of 26 species was planted on an area of about 400 square meters. And they were planted in groups to form a tapestry. 3 other species. Oh, go back. It's the wrong picture now, so.
Process of planting, we see.
Yes, good. So, and
this slide?
Yes. So we were sowing seeds between. Yes, it's the correct slide. We were sowing seeds in between the planted plugs, and this is the main difference of establishment compared to our other project, the Swedish meadow. Next slide, please. So now we're going for the next slide, number 14, Swedish meadow. Thank you. Okay, another difference is that the Swedish meadow consists of 70% grasses and 30% herbaceous flowers. All in all, it's 30 native species that are growing significantly taller than the plants in the tapestry lawn. Maintenance and management has consisted of cutting back and collecting the debris once a year. Some occasional weeding of problematic species has been done, but less than once a year. The planting has not been irrigated after this establishment. Next, please. So in this image from, next image, or next slide. Yes, June 2017. Here you can see the first succession of plants, clearly dominated by Lecanthemum. You should go to the previous slide still. Yes, so you can see
This one?
Lecanthemum vulgare. Yes. Cota tinctoria and Echium vulgare dominating, and you can also see some Centaurea jacquea. Next slide. Good. 2 years later, you can see that the Centaurea has increased in numbers, that the Cicorium in tubus is omnipresent. Next slide. Next slide, please. So in July 2021, the Cicoriums are barely visible, but the Centaurea dominates clearly. And the Scabiosa columbaria has increased clearly in numbers as well. So next, yes, good. Both the tapestry lawn and the Swedish meadow has demonstrated several successional stages with the dominancy of a particular group of plants at each stage. And it has changed the expression of the planting a lot over time. Next slide, please.
Public displays.
Yes. And even though feedback has been mostly positive, there has been a lot of both constructive and even pure negative feedback. And the latter type has required pedagogic responses, as we experience that the negativity is based on expectations rather than horticultural technicalities and an appreciation of the native flora. New alternative lawns can represent a new human-made wild nature, which is opposed to the obedient nature of conventional lawns. And creating a new ecological norm requires demonstration displays, public education, and the introduction of compromised design solutions. And one example of that is that the frame of the conventional lawn around the tapestry lawn, it's a cue to care and it shows a presence of culture. Next slide, please. And signage has been an important part of our educational ambitions, together with guided tours. Next slide. Yes. And the next slide. So making these experimental plantings with alternatives.
This one? No?
Yeah. We have inspired other municipalities as well in Sweden with our work. Next slide, please. Good. And we helped establish 3 different kinds of meadow in a park in the municipality of Sundbyberg, and you can see a picture here. Next slide. And there are many possible alternatives and combinations. We have just tried a few. And in our experience, a dynamic or iterative process has been very valuable. Next slide, please.
Several pictures.
Yes. Good. And just to show a variety. And we can go to the last slide with info and contact. So There is a website, slu.se/loan, where you can find a lot of publications and
Yes,
material around
we see.
these projects. And you can download a manual for alternative loans in Sweden from theory to practice. And I know that both me and Maria are very happy to receive any further questions and so via email. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I could say that applause, you can hear many photos have been taken with your info and contacts, and I'm sure that some of us will drop you a line very soon. Thank you, John.
I'd love to stay in touch.
The scientists with such surname should promote landscape architecture.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we would like to thank John. Thank you very much. And we invite Anna Vladimirovna Kovalaglu. The experience of Landscape Festival Historical Garden as a method for the urban neighborhood revitalization in the central part of Nizhny Novgorod. Please. My name is Alla Kovalaglu. I really will present an interesting project that is a small project, but it is the result of the work of many non-commercial interdisciplinary organizations. Nizhny Novgorod is the 5th largest city in Russia. It is on two great rivers, Oka and Volga. Its layout structure is quite complicated, and it is interesting from the viewpoint of morphology. These are different types of construction represented in the city. We understand that each of these types of construction is a certain social has certain social ecological links that are characteristic of this type of construction, and the diversity of these types ensures to the city a certain stability. Particularly interesting are those construction types that formed in 1930s at the beginning of the 20th century. In the late 90s, a high percentage of greenery. And unfortunately now, during our period, there is a process of a certain replacement of these important, from the ecological viewpoint, types of construction and development due to the percentage of greenery. It is replaced by the new commercial property, and that process is quite detrimental to the city because we're losing the connections, social connections, and essentially we're losing certain social ecosystem, and the city is also loses a significant part of its history. St. Petersburg has stone construction. Nizhny Novgorod formed as the town with wooden construction. The first slide are wooden houses that accounted for more than 90% in the historical part of the city. It didn't suffer during the period of Soviet, but at the beginning of the 21st century, it was quite detrimental. Historical city that the century of demolition of wooden buildings is quite universal, despite the fact that many buildings are the objects of cultural heritage. But that process cannot be stopped, and the authorities of the city cannot overcome this problem. Therefore, for restoration of one of the latest city core, city blocks became a challenge for different socially active citizens and communities in the city. And the word co-participation is important. The movement, upward movement is important because the city activists assumed the responsibility to for the existence of the
In the end of the 20th century, this lane was in the city rim. Request by intervention and recently representatives laid out Pushkin's garden. They planted trees, and this territory is very important. It has got lots of cultural codes embedded into it. And we referred to those cultural codes when we started the renovation. That is a very special milieu of authentic dwellings. It's a not-for-profit organization called Tom Sawyer Pest, a volunteer network which acted upon the renovation of wooden buildings. This is the festival. This is a voluntary festival. Volunteers do all those works of painting and so on. They follow the principle of Mark Twain's Tom Sawyer's Fest. It's also followed or was preceded by a plethora of different documents and so on, but some of the sites of heritage all the way for do something about the dilapidating buildings that are open or empty. Backyards, those empty abandoned spaces attract investors. They would like to create the objects of commercial real estate here. And for us, Nizhny Novgorod landscape architects, it was very important to work with open urban spaces to display their potential for each open space. We put together the program, filling in the garden with different objects. This is the backyard with firewall, and so we turned it into the cinema hall dedicated to Evgeny Chirikov, playwright writing scenarios and scripts for the movies. We decided not to build new residential houses here, but to renovate this environment. We take open spaces. We have shown the attraction of those narrow, quiet streets and big green yards. That's the way it looked like. To our festival, historical garden, the participation in Tom activation of historic downtown. Sometimes it's necessary to start from the campaigns, raising and outreaching the local residents. Each one of the gardens planted is considered not as the outcome, but as the process of subsequent improvement of the environment of this block. It's sort of a long-term model of transformations, and users can observe the change in time. The strategy of stage by stage, formation of an environment provides us with a very good tool to improve the quality of those open spaces. When planted 5 gardens, those open spaces are points of attraction, hotspots, like circles on water, because they have got very strong repercussions upon the destiny of the blocks. They impact very positively on that. Those gardens are located in different points of the block, but these form route for visitors of the festival, visitors of the city. Each garden was formed by a team of designers with special topic underpinning it. Before the festival, we did a lot of work starting from 2018. We were arranging different meetings and discussions in order to grasp the necessity of hosting festival here. There were discussions going back and forth among architects and art historians, how to invest new life into this block. Small businesses and activities represented here, and summer workshops in this block. Everything was very important, and we were searching for new identity of this reinstated block, which could be perceived as the swing garden. It's like the swings, we're swinging back and forth, going down and going upwards. We had to work with this environment, with those open spaces. So we sent an application for a grant for within the program of city initiatives to host this festival. We identified major principles of developing this block. First of all, we wanted to retain the territory with historic dwellings. It has got a tourist appeal, but it is living on its own accord, by its own life, and it's very quiet and serene place, but it may become a living and breathing space of creative intelligence, where people ideas of the 19th century meet contemporary place of creative discourse, using natural materials like ropes and wood here. Why ropes? Because prior that street used to be called the Rope Street. This is a very important topic. Handmade city is the place whereby you may be responsible for the city where you live by very straightforward actions when you do something to improve the environment. Another topic, weekend park. Entire family can be here in the outing. It's a very hospitable and very cozy district. You can do different handmade things, communicate with your friends. It's very important when we were working with festival gardens to convey those ideas of the ideology of those blocks to the participants. There should be a full compliance between the historic and the context. The festival gardens were to be in compliance with economic plans and temporary temporary conditions were not in people festival those cultural codes. It's like navigation around different sense and sentiments. We were to embed new cultural codes. We had to interpret space from the standpoint of contemporarity and to use the content typical for this place, its artifacts, the history of the knowledge, biographies of famous pictures in the exterior. We use those details which we found in the interiors of the dwellings. And at the end of the day, it's the gardens adjusted for those buildings. An experts council of the festival, and I was in this council as well. We highlight the thematic characteristics and attributes of each garden. They were identified in the assignments, and it was very important to come up with the events content. Next to this garden, which was called the Secret Garden, there was the house of the local lore specialist, and in his thing which went on in the estate. So that sacred garden was also used as a coffee shop, cherry garden, orchard garden, and it was very sentimental, sincere, modest. The sentiments evoked by visit to this sacred garden. As a result, this is the city square. This is the garden, and across it there is a Saint, a secluded corner. Another garden. 1 more minute to go. Another garden, which is entitled Kulibin's Cinematographer's Garden and Linear Garden. This is location for different experiments to make flower beds from multi-yearly plants, because we were in search of alternative ways to monitor and manage green plants in courtyards of the residential houses, involving residents of those houses. We struck very good dialogue with the local residents, and there was a summer school of a city gardener. We established report stakeholders program of the festival activities in contemporary theater, stages, and performances. This became no center of attraction. Lots of people come along here. We think that this is a very positive experience. Last presentation for today, German speaker Zilka. Zilka, are you here? Zilka, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, we try. We
are
here, Sarah. Here. We are here. And we decided that you make the presentation and I only say next slide. Is it okay?
Is the presentation on our PC okay?
Yeah. Yes, you have. And you share the screen, Alexander?
We
Okay, you start the presentation, okay? And I only want to say some words, and then we shut our cameras because it's bad for your...
We on next slide, please, and so on.
Okay, we understand. Okay, I shut up my camera because I think that's not good for the
please,
presentation.
some seconds, please.
Okay. Okay.
We can. We are.
I can't see anything, Alexander.
We are starting presentation right now.
And you
Yes,
have the
we
video.
see the first slide.
I don't see anything, Alexander.
The video will be next after presentation, maybe.
Okay, some seconds are necessary. Okay, now I see our first slide. Back, please.
Yes, we can start. Можно начинать.
Okay, we should start.
Попробуем. Зильке прекрасно говорит по-русски и все понимает.
Ну, я понимаю. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, now we start. Yes, we are pleased to be part on the Congress today. That is Sarah Schubert and me. Sarah graduated excellently from our university at the end of July this year. And we would like to report of her bachelor thesis, a visualization of a lost historical garden. My name is Silke Rossi-Paseifert, and some of you know I'm a surveyor, not a landscape architect. And for me, it is a pity not to be able to come to Peter this time. Nevertheless, we are really happy to be part of your Congress. We will report about a lost historical garden in a medium-sized town near Nuremberg in Bavaria. The framework for dealing with historic gardens is set out in the Florence Charta. We all know, we heard it today, and we all remember that. The primary goals are, now I must, just a moment, I must take a plus. It's really difficult for me to, because I don't have here. So, yes, next slide, please. Okay, the primary goals are the preservation of primary resources of his history with all her components, and the protection from destruction and of the historical material, because it is not reproducible. So the result is the highest basic law of maintaining landscape monuments is to respect for their antiquity. So conservation is the way, not reconstruction. Yes, you are already changed to Bavaria. And you see the first picture of our Bavarian monument, Fuhr. You have a federal structure in Germany too, and therefore this information is unfortunately organized with these federal boundaries. You see Bavaria. Next slide, please.
Ready?
Yes, okay. Here you see the area of our university, and you see different types of structures marked in different colors. And for each of it, we have detailed descriptions. Please, next slide.
Ready?
This is a description for one of these objects. And please remember, this building you see, it is at our university. It is an old monastery building, and at the end of our presentation you will see it again, and you have a detailed description at our monument Fuhr. Now, next slide, please. We want to risk to look to Fürth. Yes, it's Fürth. And Fürth is the city, the small city where our garden, our lost garden is. And what do you see here? Do you see any garden? No. No, you only see houses, and these houses are built up in the middle of the 19th centuries. But we see that we see nothing, no garden. We marked the region of the garden with an orange rectangle, and we marked with a small yellow rectangle the minimal rest of this lost garden. And we see that we don't see anything. The houses are quite old, but the garden is totally lost. And now I hand over the word to my colleague, Sarah. Please continue, and you please, next slide.
Thank you for the
Yes.
introduction, Mrs. Rossipos-Seifert. Now I will continue to talk a little bit about my bachelor thesis. Now I have some animation of text. When I say next, it's only one click. Many people will know such pictures. Next, please. We have limited living space. And because of that, many cities get densificated. Next. Because of the densification of the cities, we lose many areas, and many of these areas are historically influenced, and that's why we lose many historical sites. You can go 2 slides next. Next, 2. Yes. One back, please.
Back, yes.
Yeah.
Goals.
And yeah, that's all right. And that's why I wanted to know, how can we deal with this problem that we lose many historical sites? How can we deal with this as landscape architects? And that's why I set for myself 4 main goals for my thesis. First, it is important, during my research, I stumbled across the term reconstruction, and I wanted to know more about this term. My first goal was, how is the research and reconstruction process of historical sites? How is also the feasibility of digital reconstruction with modern technology, like real-time visualization? And I also wanted to not only create gardens that we can observe, but also to create tangible sceneries with immersive technologies like virtual reality. And last but not least, I wanted to know what are the opportunities, but also the limitations of virtual reality in historic garden conservation. Next slide, please. First, I researched what are the most methods of historic garden conservation in Germany. Mostly we have 4 methods, and these are maintenance, conservation, restoration, and reconstruction. But mainly we use maintenance and conservation. Because of the Florence Charter, what we also heard before, it is the problem if we reconstruct physically a historic garden, it could not be considered a historic garden anymore. And that's why I wanted to know more about the digital reconstruction, because it is not influenced by this problem. In summary, you can say that digital reconstruction is the 2- or 3-dimensional replication of a lost historical site with the use of computer-based applications. Next slide, please.
Next, please.
Now we can see it. Like you heard before, I used the term virtual reality. And in virtual reality, it is important that 1 slide back, now we're at the garden, we need the slide with virtual reality. It's because of the connection. Yeah.
VR.
Yes. And in virtual reality, it is important that the users are not only observants, but active participants. And this happens through addressing visual, acoustic, tactile, and tactile stimuli. For example, with the use of head-mounted displays and hand controllers, which you can see on the right side. The most important term you will know of when you talk about virtual reality is the immersion. It is the feeling of being present in a virtual environment, the feeling of being in a new reality. Virtual reality is under steady development, but currently it is still a niche topic because of high costs and effort. In historic garden conservation, it is mainly used for learning purposes because of the combination of education and entertainment. Next slide, please.
Next, please.
Connection seems bad right now.
Es hängt wohl. Next, Alexander, please.
We need the slide with Garden of Pastor Daniel Lochner.
Следующий, пожалуйста.
Yes,
Wonderful.
this one. The object of my studies, no, now we're at slide 11, but I will continue. The object of my studies was the garden of Pastor Daniel Lochner, which was built around 1700 in Fürth in Bavaria. Now we're to the slide, we need slide 10.
Research and evaluation. Yes.
No, we need basic investigation garden of Pastor Daniel Lochner. It's slide 10. It's two before research and evaluation.
Basic investigation.
Back, Alexander.
Yes.
Back.
With them, correct? Back.
Ich glaube, wir machen ab.
I think it's all right now. I hope. No, that was too much.
It's okay, Alexander. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. So the object of my studies was the garden of Pastor Daniel Lochner, which was built around 1700 in Fürth, and it was approximately 2 hectares of land. And it also was a Baroque garden, and Daniel Lochner cultivated many exotic plants. Next slide, please. When it's loading, you can see that the mansion is, yes, still preserved and also remodeled today. Next slide, please. Yes, during my research, I gained my resources from different institutions like archives and archaeology, and I had in total 26 different sources. And there were also 5 types of sources. The most important ones were maps and copper engravings, but I also had text, archaeological finds, and similar sites like gardens from the same region or the same time period. And during the evaluation, it was important to reconstruct the garden as most historically accurate as possible, which is around 1700. But because of measurement problems of the plans, I reconstructed the garden with the plan from 1822. Next slide, please.
A picture.
Yes. Yes, here you can see the copper engraving from 1700, and it shows the front view of the garden and the Baroque gate. Next slide.
Plan.
Yes, on this plan you can see this is the plan from 1822, and here you can see the garden consists of 3 main Baroque gardens and a bigger landscape garden. Next slide, please.
Diagram.
Yes, I think you can skip to the AutoCAD plan. Should be the next one. Yes. First, I started creating a 2D plan with AutoCAD for the next step. You can go to the next picture, slide 18. Yes. Here you can see the finished 3D model in Cinema 4D, but it was without materials. You can go to the next slide, or maybe to the next picture in twin motion.
We see picture.
The next, yes, this one. Here you can see the finished perspective of the garden, which was reconstructed into In Motion, a real-time visualization program. And here I used the materials and also added the vegetation. Next slide, please.
Diagram. Creating a 2D plan.
Yes, I think you can also skip this one and go to the pictures.
Okay. Now we see a woman.
Ah, perfect. Here you can see the virtual reality setup. I used 2 base stations, which connected to the head-mounted display, which you can see on the right side. And with this setup, you can move around in the garden in virtual reality. Next slide, please.
I will skip some text, yes.
Yes. The next one
And
should be
another.
conduction of the user test. Yes, this one. Perfect. Because of the corona pandemic, the user tests I made could only have 5 participants, but they were from different professions and age groups. And the user tests were executed in virtual reality, and the participants answered a questionnaire. And the 5 main criteria of this user test or of the questionnaire were which factors influence the level of immersion, how is the spatial understanding compared with 2D plans, are there orientation problems and dizziness, is the application of the virtual reality hardware and software easy or complicated? And also, what are the opportunities of virtual reality in historic garden conservation? Next slide, please. Yes, and here you can see the most important factors that reinforce but also deteriorated the feeling of immersion. It was important that the scenery had animals because it makes the scenery alive. And it is also important that you have many sounds, and it was also helpful for the participants if you have different times of days and year, different seasons like snow, rain, or on the evening, on the morning. But in contrast to that, it was for example, negative if there were no interactions, for example, with the animals, and you can only walk through the garden. And it was also negative that you can only teleport through the garden and you can't really walk. Next slide, please.
Results.
Now, yes, now my results were some opportunities, for example, were that the digital reconstruction is not affected by the regulations of the Florence Charter. But the problem is if you want to reconstruct a garden, you need to have enough research material. At the beginning, I thought that the programs, for example, to In Motion, don't provide enough vegetation. But that isn't a problem because there is a big plant library. But the problem is there aren't that many plants in the plant library, for example, European plants. And this is something that must be improved in the future. For historic garden conservation, I think virtual reality should mainly be used for learning purposes, for example, in museums. And it's also important to say that virtual reality can only be used right now for small-scale usage with few participants. Next slide, please.
Ready?
Yes. In summary, you can say that the digital reconstruction, its benefits are that you can preserve cultural heritage, that you gain knowledge transfer, and that you can also experience and not only observe historic gardens. And now Mrs. Rossipos-Seifert will talk about some aspects for the future, and I think the video will start after our presentation. I think that's better.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. I would ask you, where should the journey go, and which are our next goals. And the things we want to do is we want to integrate laser scanning. Next slide, please, Alexander. We want to integrate laser scanning and area photography with drones to moving visualizations. The purpose here is not to increase the accuracy as surveyors normally like to do it, but the purpose is to combine historical situation with the current situation that we want to do. Next slide, please. Here you perhaps you remember the building from our monument viewer. This is the building. We made a laser scan with our students, and they create a new situation inside a laser scan. No, of course, here's no motion inside. Next slide, please, Alexander. Another perspective, but it's the same situation, but done with a laser scan. And now we want to combine it. We want to combine the situation Sarah has done with this laser scanning and drone flights. That could be a good idea. And next slide, please. Yes. I have some ideas. We had a students project, with Russian and German students organized 2 years ago. It was in Aspen Grove in the north of St. Petersburg, and on the right side you see a situation in former times, and on the left side these are pictures from our students we made in the site. And I think perhaps here we can try to do it with our students. And next slide, please. Next slide, Alexander, please. Okay, it is, next slide would be Moromtsevo. Moromtsevo is
Moromtsevo, yes, yeah, we see.
It is in Vladimirskaya Oblast. It is an old manor, and you see some pictures I've done in September 2019, and I think here would be a situation for such a digital reconstruction, combined lasers in combination with laser scanning and drone flights. Here we could try to do it. And of course, I know several manors or houses, parks in St. Petersburg. I think the most important thing is that we can have a look forward to bring our students, our partnership after Corona on the right way, and to do new projects with our students in the hope that we can do it soon together. Thank you for your attention, and please now the video from Sarah.
Okay. I will ask our technical specialist. No. We couldn't start. We could not start.
Oh.
There, Shade.
Sarah, try to start it on
my presentation.
On your personal computer, and we try to share it, Alexander.
I can try, one moment.
We try to do it.
I try to optimize it for video.
Yes.
It works.
Can you see it, Alexander?
Should I try to start?
Yes, try to do it,
okay.
Sarah. Yes.
No, no, no. Still.
Not working?
Yes. Something is happening. Very bad quality.
Okay, should I stop it?
No, let it be so.
Interruptions are very often.
Okay. Now we are finished, and thank you for your attention. I hope you can see something from the video.
Thank you very much.
Do you hear us, Alexander?
I'm sorry. We should start it because it hangs. It hangs. Thank you, Sarah. Saying thank you, Zilke.
Yes, you're welcome.
We will be happy to see you in Saint Petersburg soon. Спасибо. Danke.
Thank you. Now there is one announcement, and then we'll give the floor to Larissa Kanonikova. There's very last presentation. I want to know, and then we'll provide the link to chat, whereby you can exchange the contacts. You'll see this link right in the screen.